Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all here today to the first Business Excellence Virtual Forum. On behalf of Abu Dhabi Ports, thank you for joining us. My name is Sheikha El-Zaabi, and I'll be your MC for today. To begin, we'd like to start with a short video.
Behind the success of Abu Dhabi Ports is a dedication to excellence and adherence to the highest standards. Inspired by our visionary leadership, our employees protect a stellar track record across all business units and have achieved financial savings and efficiencies worth hundreds of millions of dirhams. The journey began 10 years ago with the establishment of a quality assurance department focused on implementing the ISO standards. This recently led to the launch of the Integrated Management System, IMS, which included 6 ISO standards under its umbrella.
In 2013, we were ranked 48th among Abu Dhabi government entities in terms of excellence maturity. Within 2 years, we claimed more than 40 places and made it to the 7th. By 2017, we were first, winning the main award at Abu Dhabi Excellence Award, Abu Dhabi's most prestigious award. In addition, we have secured 4 more awards, including top prize for financial control for 2 cycles in a row. In the following year, we implemented the Lean Six Sigma Process Improvements Program, which is successfully delivering millions of dirhams of savings every year. In 2019, we introduced a new excellence maturity matrix and provided several government entities with certified assessors to conduct their own internal excellence award assessment. Despite the pandemic, our pursuit of excellence continued as Abu Dhabi Ports went on to win 14 globally recognized award categories. Central to our overall success is the Ipticar program, one of Abu Dhabi Ports' most important digital platforms of the past 8 years. Together with the Digital Innovation Lab, these play crucial roles in distilling thousands of innovative and impactful ideas, including more than 2,000 ideas in 2020 alone. Many of these, once implemented, are then recognized in Mafnood, our dedicated internal excellence award program that highlights excellence and best practices. Other examples of our recent successes include our active involvement in the Tawfir Committee, that over the last 3 years has resulted in business recording higher growth and financial savings. We believe success breeds success. We are proud of all our accomplishment and always aspire to achieve more.
Since the inception, Abu Dhabi Ports has become the driving force behind all of Abu Dhabi's trade, industrial, and logistical activities. These successes are thanks to a company-wide conscious fostering of excellence involving all our staff. Today, every facet of the organization and work culture ensures Abu Dhabi Ports are prepared to meet the growing needs of their customers and partners across every touchpoint of the global value chain. At Abu Dhabi Ports, excellence is not a choice, it is the way we do business.
Abu Dhabi Ports is committed to not only transforming the Emirates' maritime infrastructure, but also to acting as a global trade enabler bridging the UAE with the world. We believe that business excellence, quality assurance, and process improvement are key to our success. And we are delighted to welcome you all here today for the first Business Excellence Virtual Forum to raise awareness around these key principles and to enable the execution of government excellence by sharing best practice and the latest updates, information, and industry guidance. You will see we have a full day ahead of us with a mixture of keynote addresses, presentations, and panel discussions with a finish time of 2 p.m. During the talks to follow, I'm sure many of you will have questions you would like to address, and we encourage you to share those at any time through the chat box below. We will do our best to answer as many of questions as possible throughout the day. We have an incredible lineup of speakers, and our great guests are leaders who are renowned for excellence in their field. Firstly, it's our great pleasure to begin with an opening address from Captain Mohammed Jum'a Shamsi, our Group CEO of Abu Dhabi Ports.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. On behalf of Abu Dhabi Ports, it is my great privilege to be here with you today. We live in a fast-changing world. Everything moves at a greater pace. Ideas, commerce, finance, and even our communities can be transformed overnight by an external crisis or a new technology. Recent research from consulting company McKinsey suggests that 84% of executives believe that their future success is dependent upon innovation. According to a recent World Economic Forum report, nearly 133 million new jobs may be created in the next 5 years by AI, automation, and robotics, although 75 million jobs will be displaced by the same trends. So how do organizations thrive in this dynamic environment? Successful businesses are distinguished by one key factor: the pursuit of excellence in every area of their operations. Excellent organizations constantly produce fresh ideas that influence and change processes, products, and services, and ultimately increase efficiency and profitability. To achieve that goal, we have to ensure that the ecosystem that supports our people is well organized, innovative, and agile. At my organization, Abu Dhabi Ports, we have empowered everyone to be accountable in the pursuit of excellence. Excellence is part of our DNA, and we measure its maturity on a regular basis to ensure that we are on the right track. Our vision, values, and behaviors underpin our clear purpose to facilitate and enable Abu Dhabi Ports to further grow, compete, and excel within the arena of world trade. So I am delighted to see so many of you here today to focus on our shared goal of transforming our businesses to support the pursuit of excellence. The Business Excellence Virtual Forum is a tremendous platform that explores how leadership and excellence can serve as best practices in process management and quality. At Abu Dhabi Ports, we like to say that the pursuit of excellence is never over. Our quest continues. I hope today's discussion bring you all new insights, and thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing so many insights with us, Captain Mohammed Jum'a Shamsi. We will now hear from our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Mansour Al-Awar, Chancellor of Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University, on the characteristics of highly excellent organizations. Over to you, Doctor.
Your Excellency, Captain Jum'a, for a well-articulated and good start for the virtual conference today. I'm privileged actually to be with you today, this morning, and the title that you are seeing on your screen currently is being suggested by your esteemed organization. However, I might go a little bit back in history before I just start. So I'm just going to highlight the importance of the excellence that you are doing. And we have seen the video and we have been listening to the group CEO talking about pursuit of excellence for the Abu Dhabi port. However, for me as a person, the mastermind and a great teacher and a great leader that actually triggered the excellence in this region, in the MENA region overall, on the political level, is His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the deputy and the vice president and the prime minister and ruler of Dubai. And his book, actually, which was published right in 2005, around that date, he says, I always tell my team, in the race of excellence, there is no finish line, and this becomes more realistic every day. And what actually makes this a reality is the speech that His Excellency, the CEO, the group CEO, Captain Juma, has already delivered, that the organization itself, the Abu Dhabi Port, is an excellent organization. So they need to make another leap forward, because as His Highness is mentioning here, that there is no finish line. We pursue for the excellence throughout. So that was what we begin with. So I think, in a nutshell, the excellence overall, the quality overall, is about development. And of course, the development, by development, we mean change for the better. And this is obvious. And the change for the better doesn't happen but with an excellence and quality management. So I think it's something vivid, something explicit to all of you that you are pursuing actually, and you're practicing. Now, I will remind very quickly about the pillars. That those main pillars actually is the science behind what you guys are practicing, what we are going to be able to see, the element of excellence in the future as well. And it is somehow a golden basic principles that we shouldn't forget in our pursuit of excellence generically. So we need to have the knowledge and awareness. We need to have the training, the practice. We have to have a knowledge management, and we have to have research management, as well as innovation management that our CEO has already alluded to. But I think the research component is very important. The innovation is important in terms of the excellence, knowledge and awareness, training, and all these type of 5 pillars together form a scientific foundation for what action to be taken in the next of my speech. These are, ladies and gentlemen, the main elements of excellence in any organization. It is not something that I'm going to add maybe to what you know. But however, emphasizing in the beginning of this wonderful day of excellence in Abu Dhabi Port, throughout this virtual forum, I think it's very important to remind ourselves to the key things. I think the journey of excellence in the United Arab Emirates, it's been there since mid-90s in the 20th century. And it has now almost approaching for the 30th anniversary. But I think throughout this 25 years, generations change, and I think I'm quite happy to see also those young entrepreneurs, young leaders within the Abu Dhabi Port are leading this journey for excellence into this esteemed organization like Abu Dhabi Port. So I think these elements are quite important. I just remind even the new generation of certain fundamental concepts in terms of main elements of excellence in organization. The first thing is not the first, but it is actually containing the whole thing that is going to come afterwards, is the leadership. 2 magic words in terms of the leadership. I have been taught by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid that the excellence starts from the top. What sort of commitment, and that is the magic word number 1, leadership commitment. And I think you have already noticed the commitment of excellence in the top group CEO is there. And that is why he encouraged me actually currently to talk a little bit much more wider and more be frankly. So is the commitment of the leadership. The second magic word for the leadership is the style. Leadership is style, because excellence needs totally different style. I've been privileged to have established the quality department, excellence department in Dubai Police. It was 16 years ago when I left, but I had the privilege to be there, and I heard His Excellency Lieutenant General Wahi Khalfan, at that time was the Commander-in-Chief of Dubai Police, in one of his public speeches talked about, he said, I was a dictator on a dictatorship part of the style of my leadership until 19 quality. 19 quality. He mentioned it as a date, 19 quality, because it needs different part of the style of leadership. And I think in your program after me, I think that we're going to be alluding much more emphasis on this. The second element is establishing the culture of excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, the echo. No matter how many awards we win, no matter how much recognition we receive, these are all, I consider it sometimes is a part of our PR strategy. But the culture, the ecosystem within the organization is extremely important. And I think that is something that we need to be well aware of, the culture. It needs lots of training, lots of awareness, and some of the things that you are doing currently now is part of this awareness, particular awareness of establishing this culture, that ecosystem of the excellence within the organization. The third thing is the totality of excellence, or excellence totality, and that clearly means 3 steps that we always look at. Is the excellence from all aspects of service, no matter how small. Or sometimes when we go to a certain organization, I ask them, how many services you provide? He says, oh, I think, I believe, I guess. These are not the words that we use usually in an excellent organization. We need to be really counting the services that we do. So the service has to be totality. The second pillar of the totality is the excellence covers all audience and customers. It's extremely important because some customers will receive the quality and some others would not. This would not help the organization. The third one is the excellence covers all staff, all employees, with no exception. And I think these totality of excellence is extremely important, because if we don't have people who have conviction within the quality and excellence in awareness, they cannot provide even a good service. And then you will be having a problem with service delivery at that time. And when we talk about AI and innovations, but the people who are behind those type of technologies as well, they have the culture of the excellence, and they can provide much more advanced steps forward for the excellence. I will always remind myself and remind my colleagues about how I'm going to be able to advance my services, how I'm going to look into it. I know that some of you might know this ladder of service excellence that we provide. Sometimes it will become basic. It starts with basic services, and then if you elevate one step up, it's about expected services, not basic but expected. And then, of course, as you go for excellence, you will be having an unanticipated services, and of course at the top, because of excellence, unbelievable. But there is one cautious point that I need to remind you all. Sometimes when I put the unbelievable on the top, that because of excellence is unbelievable. But sometimes it becomes unbelievable if it goes down here from non-quality and non-excellence. It was also unbelievable. So you need to be well aware of that. One example that I always been given to all people, that a businessman, it was in late 90s. He's on a trip from Singapore, and he's caught in a delay of flight out of London Heathrow. So he wanted just to be able to inform his wife in Singapore that don't pick me up at the time that is there. I'm going to be 12 hours late. He looked into his watch. It was around 2 a.m. Singapore time, and he didn't want to disturb his wife. So he called his he had a credit card with a bank, with a Citibank, and he called the operator. He said that the operator said, "Sir, how can I help you?" He said, "I'm stuck in London. I have 12 hours. Layover." He said, "Sir, would you like me to book a hotel for you just to rest?" He said, no. Would you like, sir, to be able to increase your credit limit because you would like to do more shopping? He said, no. And then she said, "Then how can I help you, sir?" he immediately responded at that time that in Singapore is 2 a.m. right now. I don't want to disturb my wife. Would you be able just to call my wife at 6 a.m., not to let her get out to the airport early? She said, with all pleasure, sir. Now, this concept of unbelievable, if any one of us, received a call like this one, which is not in the core business of credit cards, he says, sir, are you considering us a hotel, for instance, for wake-up call, or what exactly you need? But it was really at that time, I'm talking about almost 22 years ago, 25 years ago, is about the concept of the quality and service quality and totality of excellence when we talk about customers. Look at His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed, what he talks currently now.
التميز ليست وظيفة وإنما صفة لكل وظيفة. لقد كنت سباقا يا سيدي في بناء صرح وفكر وثقافة التميز. لقد علمتنا أن التميز جهد وعطاء وإنجاز.
Now, the fourth, integrated policies is important, the fourth element. Policies needs to be integrated horizontally and vertically, and that is where we lead to our stability of our program. And I think it is very obvious from my interaction with the ladies and gentlemen throughout the preparation for this particular forum. I think you have these type of stability, you have this integration, horizontal and vertical integration within all policies, because that will bring stability to our programs. The fifth element is the promotive spirit of initiatives. This is very important, and we need not just only a reaction style, but we need almost a pro-action style, and that is exactly what makes the organization excellent, because of those type of initiatives and the feedback tools and the I think in early 90s I was attracted to a slogan that the British Airways at that time, it had on all of their check-in desks. It says, "Your complaint is our compliment," and I think that one, it was 25 years ago. Because of the complaint system that people had, we didn't have at that time the social media and those type of advanced communication style. But I think the promotion and the feedback tool is extremely important to have one. And suggestion systems or employee incentive. Now we have all these type of and incentives are very extremely important also. And sometimes I've been confronted with His Excellency General Wahi when we started the suggestion scheme within Dubai Police. We needed to incentivize the staff, the policemen at that time. And he said, okay, we'll give them certificate of appreciation, certificate of thanks, certificate of gratefulness. I said, Your Excellency, these are all kind of a paper thing, is a certificate. We need to incentivize them by something to be liquefied. I mean, it's the Nobel Prize winners, they get the certificate. It's a very, it's a great kind of appreciation to get a certificate of Nobel Prize. But besides that, in addition to that, they give them a check with $1 million US. So I think when I told them this, I said we need to be having a system to incentivize our people. The sixth is the updated governing regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, this is extremely important, because governing policies sometimes it happens not to change as the pace as things are changing on the ground. We need to be able to make sure that the governing regulations will not become a hurdle or an obstacle towards advancement of pursuing excellence. And I think that's extremely important. The seventh is the continuous improvement efforts. And that's one of the key elements of organization. And it was very obvious in the speech of His Excellency Captain Jum'a, and requires a long-term approach. As continuous improvement, it needs a long-term approach. It needs a sustainability of this approach. And I think one of those type of continuous improvement things is when I talk about suggestions. And I've been just only give an example. I went to Hershey. Hershey is a well-known company within the United States United States, and it was in Pennsylvania. I went to with my kids, and I was quite amazed with the level of happiness that the workers over there showcased. And at the end of that tour, actually, we were given a chance to talk to the CEO, and I raised my hand. I said, "What makes your people there so happy?" He said, clearly, he said, "We had kind of suggestion scheme. We can have people to take the continuous improvement. But just we added two categories of this suggestion scheme awards that we would like to incentivize our workers." What were they, sir? He said, one, whoever pinpoint any kind of faulty malfunction in the factory, they will be given the award. Oh, that was some. I mean, I was amazed by the category when they incentivize in that manner. Not only the thing, and then the second, he said, whoever suggests a suggestion and it will be rejected, he tries another one, rejected, 3 times, rejected, 4th time will be adopted, he will be given an award by themselves. So I think that's what continuous improvement and what the persistent for the quality. Look at His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed when he talks about
أي شيء تسويه إيجابي بيقولون الإمارات، أي شيء بتسويه سلبي بيقولون الإماراتي. ونحن كلنا مسؤولين في الصنع وخلق صنعة طيبة لهذه البلد، لأن كلكم راع على سمعة البلاد. مستقبلها أنتم السلاح الحقيقي، مش 3 مليون برميل، لا أنتم مستقبل البلد، أنتم صمام أمانها. أن نحن نراهن على الإنسان الصحيح في مستقبل لأمانة كبيرة مثل دولتنا.
Now, the 8th one and the last one is the adopted concept of community happiness. And I think the United Arab Emirates, we are blessed with our president, His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, that they are pushing towards the happiness of the community at large in United Arab Emirates. And that is one key characteristics and key actually elements of the quality. And but by this, I would be concluding my talk with a final word, ladies and gentlemen. Wherever you go, if you would like to test like a thermometer in terms of the quality, look into the organization. And these 3 concepts, I would call it always, excellence is what? Is a what? And excellence is a conviction in our mind. We need to be convinced, actually, we have a great conviction in our mind by excellence. And it's a passion, ladies and gentlemen, in our heart. And conviction, and then the passion, the enthusiasm that we'll be having, and the positive attitude towards the excellence and quality, what makes our organization different. And the final word, of course, is about tangible results in our hands. I mean, some people will talk about conviction. I mean, they are convinced, they are enthusiastic, they have the enthusiasm, everything, but there are nothing being tangible. The quality and excellence is something tangible. You feel it on the ground. And that is, I would say, my final word. And the last video that I would be sharing with you is from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum.
وأنا سعيد أن أقول أن دولة الإمارات عندها أكبر فريق عمل واحد، وأفضل فريق عمل واحد، طلابه رجاله وموظفيه قادته. هدفه الأساسي صناعة الأمل وصناعة الحياة وصناعة المستقبل وإسعاد الناس.
And by this, ladies and gentlemen, I hand over the speaker to you, Sheikha, and thank you for your patience. Thank you for giving me the opportunity and privilege to be there with you this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mansour Al-Awar. Very inspiring words about how to strive for excellence and how organizations excel. Now we have a few questions from the audience. For everyone who is watching, please be sure to submit any questions through the chat box, and we'll do our best to address these throughout the day. Dr. Mansour, I already have one question for you.
Go ahead, please.
Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University was established on a vision. This vision has proven to be strong and resilient, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Can you tell us if this vision will remain relevant for 2030 and beyond? What advice would you give business government entities in the UAE? How does smart technology enable organizations to become excellent?
I think to answer this question, Sheikh, I need another 20 minutes, which you don't have. But I think I'm participating in a panel which will be covering these type of questions exactly in the midday. So I will urge the who asked the question to be able to join us in the panel. Will be in detail, emphasized on these type of aspects.
The next question, Dr. Mansour, what is meant by creating sustainable value to stakeholders, especially at the time of crisis? Are some stakeholders more valuable than others? Can you give examples from your experience at Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University on how you continue to create value for your students as a primary stakeholder of the university?
I think regarding the values is extremely important. This project, Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University, is one first of its kind in the United Arab Emirates. And it was a vision of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid. We started this organization with no example because we were not being coming to existence from a traditional university. So there were no setup for something called a smart university and using the technology and delivering the programs. So our key fundamental things was with Hamdan Mohammed Smart University is our key values. Now, the values, Sheikha, did not change over time, over the course of time, because we started in 2002 up to this moment, almost around 20 years, is the same 5 extremely well-defined values that all the stakeholders across the university since 2002, and exactly it took us smoothly throughout the pandemic era, which is the COVID-19. So I would just briefly tell you, the first one is we are learner-centric, customer-centric, if you wish. We are learner-centric. And the second, we are a game changer, because we are going to change the rule of the higher education in the country, and we are pursuing that very on a very fast pace. The third thing is together we grow, and that is where the public-private university academia partnerships is. And then, of course, result-oriented. We have passion for results. We're not going just to be able to put some headlines that we do. And the last thing is, of course, fueling innovation. These 5 characteristics, it governs everything. It governs our staff, our faculty, it governs our learners, our customer, it governs even our administration, our core values. So I think the values play a great role of sustainable growth of any organization, correct?
We have one last question before we move to our next speaker. Highly successful and sustainable companies have been described as having entrepreneurship and autonomy. How can Abu Dhabi ports or other entities benefit from liaising with Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University in order to increase the level of innovation and entrepreneurship culture?
There is a miss sometimes in the public awareness culture part, that innovation is away from universities. And nowadays, Sheikha, people are talking about, okay, universities are not doing their job, so we let us have something for our future skills. The skills cannot be somehow delivered outside the universities. Look at the major innovations worldwide in terms of communication. Google, it started from a university, Stanford. Facebook, people are all enjoying around the world. It's the most, they call it the biggest republic on earth. Around more than 4 billion people subscribing to it. Where did it come from? From Harvard. So I think innovation, what is a prerequisite for it is a scientific research. And we are so blessed by our government in the United Arab Emirates, Sheikha, because just only 3 days ago on Sunday, in our cabinet meeting of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid announced for the first time a percentage of our GDP to be dedicated for that research. This research, Sheikha, is a fundamental prerequisite for any innovation that we have. So Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University can be able to contribute to the success of Abu Dhabi Port in terms of those type of applied researches that we conduct here in the university.
Thank you, Doctor, for all the information you have shared with us. The Module A segment follows now, and we have 3 speakers talking about different aspects of leaderships and synergies in organizations. Our first speaker, Dr. Yassar Jarrar, Member Board of Trustees, Mohammed bin Rashid School of Government, will be talking about the role of leadership in driving excellence. Over to you, Dr. Yassar.
Thank you, Sheikha, very much. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. It's a pleasure to be here. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Mansour. I am a big fan of everything you do, of the Smart University. I had the pleasure of working with you many years ago. So it's always hard to follow you, Doctor. But I would like to share with you, with everyone, some thoughts on leadership and the role of leadership in driving excellence. And when I was invited to give this talk, I decided to look at the soft part of leadership. I'm still not convinced of why we call it soft. It's the most hard and fundamental role of leadership. So let me try to explain, with our experience in the last 20 years working with the private and the public sector, what the role of leadership is, how leadership actually drives excellence, and why it's more important than ever today. I think leadership today is more important than ever because our world has changed so much. In the past 10 years, we used to have to talk and give talks about the world changing. We used to have to convince the people that the world is changing. We would show trends about technology, where the world is going. Now we don't have to do that anymore, because every single one of you in Abu Dhabi ports, in Abu Dhabi Emirate, in the United Arab Emirates, in the GCC, in the United States, every single one of us now lives this change and sees it every single day. And we had all these things happen to us, and then COVID came, and it became a force multiplier. It literally forced upon us changes that we have never dreamt of. So in this space, how do you become an excellent organization? This is the age we call the age of super fast. It's not the age of speed anymore or the age of fast. It is the age of super fast. How do you lead in the age of super fast? How do you lead in an age where you have to refresh your strategy every 6 months? You can't put a strategy for 5 years now. How do you lead in an age where the new generation of workers, we call millennials, Gen Z, have a completely different value set? How do you lead in an age where we're going into hybrid work? Hybrid work, you need to build an excellent organization where half of the people will be working from home, will be working from Jumeirah Beach. We don't know where they'll be working from. Entities in Abu Dhabi today, Abu Dhabi Global Market allows their people every month to work 5 days remotely, wherever they want from. So how do you lead in this age? So I don't want to talk about leadership and business excellence because you're all experts on this topic, and I'm sure there are so many experts in our conference today that will discuss leadership in the technical sense. I want to talk about the role of leaders in really driving excellence in an age that everything around us has changed. So if you go back to the 30s, the definition of leadership itself is that leadership is the ability to influence others. And there has never been a time more than now where we read positive influences. We used to define leadership as ability to have pass judgment positively, provide justice, wisdom, and counsel. These were old ancient Greek definitions. And then Dr. Mansour alluded to the 90s and 80s, and where we all grew up with the culture of technology and equality. I mean, and total quality management, business process re-engineering, and this whole concept of business excellence came from. And those days we used to define a leader as somebody who innovates and would differentiate him from a manager by saying a manager manages. A manager is an administrator. They provide order in chaos, whereas a leader is original, is not a copy. A leader, you can train lots of managers in an MBA class, but you cannot prepare leaders in an MBA class. You cannot prepare leaders by skills and knowledge. It's a value, it's an attitude, it's an approach. So you all know this. You know, the leaders ask what and why. The managers ask how and when. So that is fundamental, and that still stands. So I'm not proposing this is not the role of leaders, or that the role of leaders is diminished in that sense. All I'm proposing is that there's probably a new and more important layer we have to now hang on to leaders. We need someone to show us the way. If you want to build an excellent organization, you cannot, and this is something I'm happy to stand by in the questions, you cannot build it without amazing leadership. Not good leadership, not decent leadership, not people who can pass judgment and good counsel, amazing, inspirational leadership. Dr. Mansour said we're blessed, and we are blessed. We have leaders in this country. I had the pleasure of writing a book about the lessons of leadership from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, and the book was called The Sheikh CEO. Because I believe the power of leadership he envisaged, for example, in building this country and as a prime minister, other leaders, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, that power is way beyond the list you see with you now. Of course, this list is important, but here's how it works. Leadership is something very hard, because leadership is about trying to convince people to change how they do things. Change is the hardest thing that anybody will undertake in their life. You know that. Because if you try to go to the gym or go to a new diet or try to convince your son or daughter not to use the iPad, you're embarking on a change management mechanism. You know that the hardest thing in the world leaders can do is change management. So this is the main function of leaders. It's providing the inspiration, the positive energy, and the will for people to change. Once you inspire people, once you tell them how to do change, then all of this stuff happens. All the stuff we want to happen in an excellent organization happens. And here's the most inspirational and most important part the leadership play. He or she should inspire other people to become leaders themselves. And I will end on that note to remind you of it again. Why do we need leaders now more than ever? We're living in an age of super fast. We're living in a VUCA world. It's vulnerable, uncertain, complex. We have our region where we live and operate, the ports where we live and operate our banks, our governments, is probably called the most complex region on earth. The UAE itself, United Arab Emirates, is now going through massive changes in its competitive in this model. The government is following this new fast model, which is more flat, agile, streamlined, technology enabled. Within those changes, change is the only constant, and within those changes, you cannot possibly continue to manage your organization the way you've managed it in the last 10 years. And by definition, you have to change. And change in the next coming 10 years, we expect it to be more than the change we went through in the last 50 years in this country. Despite that, the last 50 years have been amazing, a lot of changes. In the next 10 years, we think there's going to be more change, positive change. But in that period, we need leaders more than ever to create excellent organizations. In this context, we need leaders. This is the context where in 10 years, your mobile phone, this little machine I have in my hand, has transformed and canceled all these functions we used to do. That's why we need a new model of leadership for business excellence, organizational excellence. We used to make phone calls. We used to send letters. We used to listen to music on CDs. We used to carry a torch to make some light. We used to take notes, open the car, everything, every one of these functions, play games, read books, every single one of them used to have either a machine for it or a certain function. It's all been canceled now. We do all of this through one machine. That is an unbelievable amount of change moving forward. Today, Zoom was more valuable than ExxonMobil, right? This app we're using today in October 2020 became more valuable in market value than the largest oil company. You cannot lead in the future world the way we led in the past world. Leadership is unbelievably essential and crucial, but we need new type of leadership. And leadership isn't just about visions. It is about inspiring. It is about inspiring and convincing people to believe in a better world tomorrow and make sure they progress with us. In this world, today is the slowest day for the rest of your life. This means the speed, pace of change, organizational excellence, the models we hold dear to our heart, how we do business, how we run our ports, is only going to accelerate. In 10 years, we might have 0 operators if it's all robotics. In 3 years, we have an amount of data that will allow us to change complete business models. Value chains will change. Our clients who operate in our ports and operate everywhere else will change. The customs, the way we collect customs will change. Everything will change. At the age of super fast, every single day will be faster than the other. So today, unfortunately, if you don't like speed, is the slowest day for the rest of your life. Enjoy it, because tomorrow is going to be faster. I'll give you a small example. The time you're going to spend today in this conference, according to the Oxford Martin School in the University of Oxford, your average lifespan is going to increase by 2 hours just today. That's how fast technological advances in healthcare are moving. This is the world of the map, just to show you that you should really fundamentally change how you look at business excellence in the organization, because everything else is surrounding it. You have to apply excellence to a completely new model. This is a world map based on who actually runs the world today. These are technology companies, and the size of each company is reflecting the number of users of that company. So you have Google Stan, YouTube Stan, Facebook Stan. These are the actual people who own 80% of the data. We in the government of the UAE own no more than 20% of the data, the actual data that governs the lives of our entities, our companies, our people. 80% of the data that the world stores today is owned by the private sector. As a leader, you have to adjust, you have to lead partnerships. The fundamental part of partnerships and business excellence becomes 10 times more important than the actual technical parts. Everything changes in business excellence model for you as a leader. Strategy has to happen faster and at shorter spans. You have to forge much more fundamental partnerships with the likes of these companies. You have to deal with clients and customers whose lives are changing, whose business models are changing. You have to lead people at 4:30, well, whatever you leave, 3:30, 5:30. When I was in England, we used to use this chart. When people leave the organization, it's worthless. And leaders know that. Leaders know that their job is to manage the most important asset in the university. It's not the robots. It's not the cranes you have. It's not the ships. It's the people. So at one point, your company, we used to tell all the leaders, is worthless. And then, so what's your job as a leader? Why do we talk about leadership? We ran surveys when I was at the company, Bain & Company. We used to run surveys, and Bain & Company has a global presence. I used to work at Bain as a partner many years ago, and we used to run the survey. And my favorite part is when we used to ask a lot of employees, we're talking about thousands of employees, why is leadership important? Inside Bain & Company itself, why is leadership important? You would think they would tell you because they give us a vision, because they light the way, because they tell us where we're going. We think of leadership, somebody who gives good speeches, somebody who gives good KPIs, rewards, bonuses. The number one thing they told us is leadership makes me feel inspired, motivated, and valued. That's the number one impact on satisfaction, my satisfaction as an employee. So if you want excellence in the company, do not worry about the technical parts. They will come. They can be built. They can be designed. Visions, missions, technology, robotics, data, everything can be designed. Leaders' role is to make people feel inspired, motivated, and valued. And that is how you run an excellent organization. A leader is a dealer in hope. Is not a technical person. That's why only 2% of the world is world class. Because technically, when we used to run these surveys, and this is a very complex study we used to do at Cranfield School of Management. And it basically shows that a lot of people have a lot of good practices. You will see companies who apply business excellence. All of you apply business excellence. How come only 2 of you are world class? Everybody else could be a contender, could be running a lot of good practices, but not delivering the results that they're promising. Some people don't have good practices, nor they're good results, so they're not somebody who we look at. But from the contenders and promising entities where we have excellent practices and they apply business excellence, but they're not world class. What is the difference? What explains the difference of you going to the top right? It's leadership. And leadership that is able to inspire, motivate, and value people. It is not leadership that writes business cases or vision statements or anything else. Remember this chart. If you want to be in the upper right corner of this chart, you need inspirational leadership that motivates people. A leader is a dealer in hope. This is my most important message to you, the importance of leadership and the role. But we, in Tesco, it's a large supermarket chain in the UK, like our Carrefour. The idea is we don't want one leader. This is not about the person on the top, His Excellency, the captain, or somebody at the top only. We need them. But the leadership is about having thousands of leaders in the organization. We want everybody to feel motivated. Everybody has to play a leadership role in their position. Leadership is not about a pyramid. Leadership is a state of mind. If you feel valued and you run a crane, if you feel valued and you drive a truck, or you're a receptionist, or you're on a conference, if you feel valued, you will lead our firm, our entity, our organization to excellence in that space. A lot of my messages and content is from the private sector, but the same concepts apply 100% in government, especially government operations that have a very defined goal, like the ports, the customs, our schools, and so on. And here's my final message to you: you don't have to hold a position. Leadership is not about a position. Leadership is about practicing the art of motivation. If you have a team of 4, if you are at home trying to achieve business excellence at home, if you have a certain position at a certain organization, at a department level, at a unit level, you have people looking up to you. Those people require to feel motivated. If you make people feel motivated, valued, inspired, and then you tell them what you want them to do, the procedures will be applied. The business excellence will become a way of life. If you don't have that kind of leadership that motivates, that inspires and values, no matter how much you work on the processes and the assessors and people coming in and out, business excellence will not be achieved. Organizational excellence will not be achieved. Organizational excellence is primarily, I will leave you with message, the difference between people who have systems, who get consultants, who get outsiders, insiders, who people apply systems, and the people who are world-class. The only difference that we can find that would make sense is leadership. And with that, I think I have 30 seconds left out of my 15 minutes. I will stop now. Happy to provide any more details if you want. This is my email account. I'm going to remove that now because I think Sheikha might have some questions for me, and I do hope I can answer some of them. If not, I'm going to thank you again very much. And I do hope next year we will have this forum again, possibly live. We end our life on Zoom and start our real life again. But Sheikha, I'm all yours if you have any questions.
Inshallah. Thank you, Dr. Yassar, for that insightful presentation. I know you only have a few minutes for questions. So I do have one question here. In your book, The Sheikh CEO Lessons in Leadership from Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, you mentioned some of the qualities favored by His Highness. Example, act fast, be decisive, dismantle barriers, focus on results, not reports. What is your advice to leaders in organizations based on these key lessons learned from His Highness?
So look, there's a lot of lessons in the book that I distilled working and learning from His Highness. There's the two lessons that I think apply today, especially in the context of achieving excellence in the organization and in the context that I just described. One is speed. His Highness never slowed down. He said, we always make our own future. A lot of people, by the way, Sheikha and everybody on the conference, a lot of people wait for others to do the first move, right? We want to always benchmark. Some people don't want to move one step ahead without benchmarking and finding that somebody else has done it. Being the first mover is the ultimate sign of mega success. If you want to succeed on a basic level, you wait for others to do it, you benchmark and do it. Being the first mover, Michael Porter talks about the first mover advantage. Sheikh Mohammed has this unbelievable ability to move fast. Mark Zuckerberg used to tell his people in Facebook, move fast and break things. Speed, not because we like speed, not because we want to be tired all the time, because this is the age we live in. Right? If we and every day this gets faster. So speed is the first lesson I would advise everybody to look at. The second one is, I think, it's also in the book, it's the action. Action trumps strategy anytime. So if you had a chance to live your life in your organization, in your personal life, in your career, and you spend 80% of your time planning and preparing papers and doing retreats and preparing vision statements and 20% doing, then you're not going to be the 2% world class. Action trumps strategy anytime. 80% of your time should be doing, 20% of time. Planning isn't bad, but you know that 90% of the plans fail the minute they touch reality. So it's about, and my good friend Afshin Mulavi from the US always tells me, he says, to be excellent, we need less PhDs, we need more PhDs. Do it, just do it. We need to always, so His Highness taught us action. You have to have a plan, but start working and then fix the plan as you go along. This is the emergent strategy. And that's what the business excellence model always taught us. But very few people actually apply that.
Thank you. We have another question. At the time of high growth and fast-paced changes in the country and the world, of course, in general, time becomes a precious commodity for all leaders. What do leaders do to ensure that the important but not urgent are not left behind? For example, quality and excellent initiatives.
So this is an extremely valuable question. And this is something I learned in my own practice, in my own life, the hard way. Good leaders are not standalone entities. An amazing leader, including His Highness Sheikh Mohammed and other people you admire around you, have amazing leaders around them. If you want to see the quality of any leader, count the number of leaders around them. So the answer, Sheikha, to that is they delegate. Not a single leader centralizes power or decision making. If everything needs the leader to move, then nothing will move. In this age of speed, it's about inspiring people, giving them the confidence, but delegating. And Sheikh Muhammad's number one lesson, I keep referring to it because you asked me about it, but my advice to everybody is delegate. An amazing leader, every amazing leader creates 10 leaders underneath him. And if you find an amazing leader who doesn't have 10 leaders under her or him, you know that's not a sustainable or excellent organization, because what happens when that excellent leader goes away? Excellence goes with him. So it's about delegating, empowering, and enabling. And that's my advice to you. If you want to admire somebody, before you call them a great leader, please count the number of amazing leaders around them who are empowered and motivated.
I have a question from Dr. Shakir Al-Adwan. From your experience, what are the challenges of official leaders in Arab government?
Oof, that's a very difficult question, Dr. Shakir. This requires a whole different conference. But I can tell you one of the biggest issues is that it's delivery, right? Because if you go around the region, if you go around our region, there's not a single country that doesn't have a fantastic vision, 2030, 2040, 2050. So there's no lack of visions, no lack of strategies. We all have great plans. The biggest difference is again, PhDs versus PhDs. You have to build a system for delivery. And again, in your organization here today with the posts, if you don't have a system to deliver the leader's vision into very specific actions and follow up on that. So this mechanism for delivery is a big differentiator. And the inspiration. People get inspired by results, by the way. And Sheikh and Dr. Shakir, this is important to leave you. This is probably my last note for you. People don't get inspired by speeches, by big talk, by future dreams. People get inspired and believe in their leadership in two things. They have to feel valued. The leaders have to know you and make sure that you know you feel valued. You're not employee number 62. You are Sheikha Al-Za'abi, who we value you and we know what you do. And you will be inspired if I'm delivering with you results that we're proud of. You will not be inspired because of the technical talks you heard today. Nobody's going to leave this conference inspired. They might need to leave with technical knowledge. Inspiration comes from being valued and seeing results on the ground, and that takes time. But the beauty of it, once you start hitting the positive results cycle, it's contagious. Sheikh, if you remember Hamlet La Tshilloon Ham, positive energy is contagious. Yes. It happened in the country. It saved us from the pandemic. It was a single word from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. But it's contagious. Positive energy from leadership is contagious. And it was delivered with results. So that's the biggest difference. Delivery, a system for delivery. Show them. Complex questions. Well, these are very complex questions.
Thank you, Doctor. We will now be moving to our next speaker for today. I'll be welcoming our Director of Merger Integration at Abu Dhabi Port, Sana Jarallah, who will be discussing the importance of identifying and applying synergies across an organization. Over to you, Sanat.
Thank you, Sheikha. Thank you, everyone. Give me a minute. I will share the presentation. Thank you, Sheikh, again. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organization and to be part of this special event for forming platform for networking, sharing the lesson learned, and to be the lesson learned and the best practice of organization. I'm Sanad Jarallah, a director of merger integration in Abu Dhabi ports. Today, I'm going to take you through the powerful of synergy. Synergy in a simple way is the concept that the combined value and performance of two companies will be greater than the sum of separate individual parts. Synergy is a term is mostly commonly used in a context of merger and acquisition. The common driver behind the merger is the synergy. Without synergy, there is no point to merge or integrate. And some people thought that synergy is only financial. No, it's not. If you focus only on a financial part, we will lose a lot of synergy in reducing the cost or increasing the profit margin, enhancing our product and services, or enhancing our processes within the new joint entity. We should have a holistic view in both companies to develop integrated synergy initiatives to lead us to produce higher cash flow from existing assets, higher growth rate, and lower cost of capital. We should dig deep to ensure we're capturing any potential of synergies, and not only for the first year. We should build very long-term plan to ensure that the company will growing and will not stop shortly. Let me give you a snapshot on the benefit of the synergies. This is some of the synergy area that we can focus on when we have any merger or integration. First, on the revenue synergy, we can increase our volume and our pricing. In the cost synergy, we can decrease the fixed and the variable cost. For example, the rent, employee salary, loan payment, and the variable cost. We can decrease the direct labor, commission, operational expenses. There is a lot of area we can focus on the cost synergies to get the full benefit out of this integration. And the financial synergies, we can work to reduce the taxes, increase the debt capacity, or reduce the cost of the equity. And on the capital synergy, we can reduce the fixed asset, improving working capital. And on the process optimization, there is a lot to do in the process optimization by enhancing efficiency, centralization, cross-selling between your division, department, cluster. And this is not only the area. If you have any new merger or integration, or even if you are building a new strategy in your company, you always can come up with area with the synergies, with the high potential synergies to apply it in your company. Before I jump to Abu Dhabi ports example, I have here two examples, a global example of how the synergies is very important element by any integration. Back on June 2016, Tesla announced that it had made an offer to acquire Solar City Corporation. For the time's sake, I will not go through the merger agreement. However, all the reaction was negative. The media, the major banks like JP Morgan, Seeking Alpha, Glass Lewis, and the Wall Street Journal, they were negative about this deal. And even they told Elon Musk that you risk Tesla future by offering to acquire Solar City. But what was his response? He said, I have zero doubt about this. We should have done it sooner. I think it's easy to get so mired in the detail, but the right thing is to sort of look up into the future. And where does this head? What are the macro trends in the world? Did this match where the tide history are going? Anyway, he was zero doubt about this deal. Why? If you review the synergy analysis between this deal, there were a huge synergy. They identified two areas for the synergy. First, on the cost synergy, the cost synergy were expected to be $150 million in the first full year after the deal closed. $150 million just for the 1 year. And in the revenue synergy, they identified a lot of revenue synergy. One of the revenue synergy there that he's going to use plus 190 Tesla store to brand the solar product expansion internationally. That's why he closed this deal. He had zero doubt about this because this deal, it's not about the financial evaluation at that time. Yes, the financial evaluation is very important, but the synergy played very critical role in this deal. The other example is post acquisition. It was between Lenovo and IBM. Both of them are computer industry, computer company. After they closed the deal, there were a discussion. Should we integrate the both company or to keep each company work as is or to be under Lenovo umbrella? Why there was doubt about the integration between both companies? Because the challenges. There's a lot of challenges was in the integration, on this integration. First of all, the difference, the time difference between US and China, and the most challenges was the culture. Two different culture between Lenovo. They are operated its business as a traditional military way, and IBM, on the other hand, was traditional US space with less rigid working environment. Even Michel S. Dell, the chairman of Dell Computer, comment, it's hard to think back on a successful large merger in the computer industry, and I don't see this one being different. So it will fail, his comment. But they agreed to go full integration. Why? Because the integration and synergy that would result in a significant increase in market share and global presence. That's why they made the decision. We have to integrate, we have to solve and mitigate these challenges and go full integration, and nothing should stop us to capture this benefits of and potential of this integration and synergy. Let me jump on Abu Dhabi ports synergy process. Actually, our Abu Dhabi ports new strategy that to work on inorganic growth by M&A activities and Abu Dhabi Inc. integration. So we decide that we have to develop a solid process behind this integration and how we can realize and capture this opportunity and ensure we are not missing any of them. So in Abu Dhabi Port, we developed this process and we are enhancing our process. Always after each deal, we had a lesson learned and we keep enhancing our process. First, we do the top-down identification of the synergies. I have here an example of one of our integration. we analyze the company, both company, and identify the synergies category that we can work in. In this example, we had 4 fields, main pillars, and the synergy: revenue, cost, financial, and cross-cluster synergies. Then we start detailing those opportunity. In the revenue, we identify the volume, how to increase our volume out of this integration, and enhance the pricing. In the volume, the number of tenants, the average lease land, offering service portfolio. And then on the cost, we have OPEX and CAPEX. On the OPEX, how to optimization the model, the operating model within the new joint entity, and how to centralize the procurement, the IT systems, and in the CAPEX, we have land expansion plan and WRC, the work resident city plans. So this was then in the finance, we have the cost of capital, how to improve the cost of capital, the asset, the cash cycle. And the last area was the cross cluster synergies between Abu Dhabi ports cluster. So this is what our first move. And then after we finalize the top-down identification, we assign the owner. We had a workshop with our executive team. We identify the owner for each of these initiatives to implement the synergies and initiative, and implement and identify the team member who will work on those projects. After that, we have the team, we have the owner, we sit down, we define the baseline for the synergies, how much it will cost us, the full-time employees that's going to work on this initiative, the revenue, CAPEX. So we start detailing those initiatives and to identify the potential of each initiative, how much we can saving cost out of this initiative or generating a new revenue out of this initiative. After that, we align and match the bottom-up quantification with the top-down assessment that we did it in the first part. Then we define the measure with the milestones, the responsible person, any dependencies, potential risk, how to mitigate the risk if there is any risk. And finally, we controlling the initiatives by monitoring effect control. I will take you through an example how we ensure to fully control our initiatives. Okay, for any company, yes, there is a resources, there is a limited resources and time to spend with the initiative. So we developed the prioritization matrix. Our criteria was potential upside, alignment with the corporate strategy, the project scope, and how much it will cost us, and the time required. We, at the end, we will going to execute all the initiatives, but for the sake of the resources, there is a timeline to start and end up each of the initiatives. Here, an example how we controlling our synergies initiatives. We have 2 pillars here, milestone controlling and effect controlling. On the milestone controlling, we create overview of all synergies. We're creating a dashboard, a detailed report. We presented on a monthly meeting with our ExCom, and we send to our shareholder a summary in weekly basis, and define the milestone for the synergies initiative, track status of the implementation based on the milestone, support the definition of the countermeasure in a case of any delay. So the normal reporting and monitoring of the project. And then we add effect control, not only tracking the progresses. No, we track the cost of the synergies, per cost category, reconcile with the budget if the initiative needs any budget, track the full-time employees, synergies, including the personal cost, how much the person cost us, and this synergy reconcile with the budget and full-time employees planning, track revenue synergies, track the CapEx, OpEx planning, and so on. So we trying to control the initiative from the progresses and from the financial side. The finance unit in Abu Dhabi Ports are working with us on this part, and we conduct a bi-weekly meeting with all project managers and a finance represent from the finance unit to ensure that all the numbers are real and to be endorsed by the finance unit before we issue the reports to our top management. Okay, great. Before I jump to one of our successful story in a merger between Zones Corp and Kizad under Abu Dhabi Port Industrial Zone, first let me give you an overview in Abu Dhabi Ports operating model, how we operate. Actually, in Abu Dhabi Ports, we have 5 main clusters under Abu Dhabi Ports Corporate. The first cluster is the ports cluster, then the industrial zone, the maritime cluster, logistic cluster, and digital cluster. So we trying in Abu Dhabi Port to have end-to-end solution, full solution to our customers and investors. Today, we are going to talk about the industrial zone cluster and the integration between Zones Corp and Kizad. First step, we did it on this merger. For the time sake, I will not go through both vision. I'm sure that we all know Abu Dhabi Economic Vision 2030, but we ensure that we fully align with Abu Dhabi Economic Vision in this integration and to have a fully integrated industrial and economic zone in Abu Dhabi, serving the economy, Abu Dhabi Emirates, Abu Dhabi Ports, and the investors. For Abu Dhabi Ports, before we talking about the synergies initiatives and the results for those synergies initiatives, it's important to show the improvement on our value proposition and Abu Dhabi Ports value proposition. Now, in the new company, how we become more stronger and agile after this integration. And we didn't forget Abu Dhabi Emirates and our investor in this value proposition. In Abu Dhabi, Emirates was a huge and significant benefits. We become stronger value proposition to global investors. We transform from a local player to a global player, plus easy and efficient management of joint entity by attractive cost structure, broader business offering, and ability to offer customized proposition to our customers. And for investors, they were a huge benefit for them by reducing the cost of doing business, by higher bargaining power for them, multimodal connectivity and ecosystem advantage to reduce cost of overall businesses, then increase ease of doing business for them by single voice of industry right now after we have this joint entity, and lead to experience knowledge sharing between entities to grow of services offering and framework agreement for Zones Corp and Kizad providing access to entire Abu Dhabi infrastructure in a single agreement. They don't have to have two or multi agreement. Finally, improve health of overall businesses by stronger joint marketing capability to attract investors from supporting industries, high potential for cross synergies, and then presence in geographies across Abu Dhabi in all industry, providing flexible to the investors. So it makes the investor business easier, more healthier, and we reduce the cost for them to doing the business. Okay, let's jump in our exercise. I talk you through our processes. We come up after our evaluation, our due diligence on those both company. We end up by 8 fields of the synergies. In the revenues, we identify 7 initiatives. Maybe I can't recall all of them right now, but we enhanced the value proposition, leveraging marketing functions, leveraging on a sales teams, and in the cost synergies, we identify 11 synergies: shared services integration, human capital, IT, procurement, centralized of procurement, optimize the IT system, joint marketing and branding, joint of processes, executing model comprehension, optimize infrastructure and land expansion plan. There's a lot of synergies was on the cost category. In the finance and capital, we lowering the cost of capital, optimize the cash cycle, asset rationalization, and we identify 8 joint initiatives across the cluster: Abu Dhabi Ports cluster, the ports, marine services, digitalization, and logistic with the industrial zone. And the last categories, we identify 4 initiatives and the other synergies. It was the optimized go-to-market strategy, centralize the pricing framework, and the WRC plan. Those, the number of the synergies we come up out of this exercise, there were 34 synergies initiatives, and as Dr. Yasser just mentioned right now, that the people got inspired by results, not by planning strategies. Anyone can write the best strategy or plan in the world, but the result and the execution is who makes your strategy and plan tangible results and work. In our exercise, in the first 6 months in 2020, the integration was announced in June 2020. Regardless of the pandemic situation at that time, in the first 6 months in 2020, we generated 62 million dirham from the synergies because of this merger. This is only the synergies. Those, when I say synergy, that this amount of money, we can't make it if we stay without this integration. And we didn't build our plan for 2020 or for 2021. We built very long-term value generation. Our target for the coming 4 or 5 years is 588 million dirham. And for the medium term, the 10 years from now, we're over 1.6 billion dirham. And for the long-term plan is over 3.3 billion dirham. All of this amount of money, we will not get it if we didn't integrate and synergize between both entities. All of these numbers are hard saving. We are not talking about the soft saving or enhancing our processes or our services to the customer. I'm talking just on the hard saving and the new revenue generated. Here I have a percentage split of the long-term synergies. 55% of the synergies value have a direct EBITDA impacted. our saving was 38 on the OPEX and 45 on the CAPEX. This is a huge amount. This is over 80% saving and 17% generating a new revenue. This is as a result for this integration. And on the other hand, we conduct a satisfaction survey with all our stakeholders, with the merged company, and with our top management. Alhamdulillah, it was really very good results. We achieved over 95% satisfaction result in this integration. To conclude, finally, always stronger together. And with the synergies, always remember that with the synergies, 1 + 1 = 11, not 2. Thank you. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to receiving your question. Thank you, Sheikha.
Thank you, Sanad, for your presentation. Now I'd like to open up for a few questions. I already have a question. You stress the importance of identifying synergies following a merger, which will result in further efficiencies and savings. And this method, is this method applicable to merged organizations and acquired companies only, or can the same be applied to an existing organization? Also, is it applicable to government entities? And what advice would you give to organizations that want to start looking at synergies within their departments and functions? Where do they start?
Okay, long, but I like this question. Okay, in the presentation, I mentioned how big was our synergies value in one of our merger. Our results slide, it shows the cost saving from our OPEX and CAPEX. It wasn't revenue. It was over 80% on the cost and in the cost saving. It was 80% on most of the government entity. If they a service-oriented company and not revenue generated, they can save a lot of saving from the synergies. Yes, I know that most of the synergies and integration, they thought about the revenue generated company, but in our example, we generate 17% as a revenue and over 80% in the cost. We should not think if we have any integration, rather it's revenue generated of a government entity, service-oriented entity, into only the operating models and the organization chart. We should have a holistic view on how can we get benefit out of this integration, how to promote our services, how to enhance our services and processes, more efficiencies, improve our efficiencies, how to save the cost for the entire new joint entities. There is a lot to do on this. Yes, my answer is yes, it's applicable for the government entities and the revenue-based companies. And the second part of a question, where do we start? I believe the top management support is very important here, because the synergies is not only one department or division show, it's the entire company. It's called the synergies. We should have this across all departments, across all units under our government and under our divisions and departments. I believe the top management support, it's very important, and then it depends on the organization. Maybe the strategy team can lead this exercise, or the project team. In Abu Dhabi Port scenario, we establishing the post-merger integration division because of our new strategy, and there will be a lot of integration and M&A activities in the coming 5 years. Yes.
We have one more question. From a culture change management perspective, what do you need to do to avoid resistance to change? How to overcome resistance?
Okay. First, we should know that we will face this resistance. It's very normal situation. With any change, we will face a resistance because some employees who are highly invested in the current way of doing work, and there are some employees who expect more work as a result of this change. So we have to expect that, but to avoid or to mitigate this resistance, first and the most important thing on the changes is communication. We should always communicate the change to the employees. Then we should forming a leadership team who's driving this change. For example, I will go back to our exercise on ZoneScope integration. We had a special work stream on the change management, and we have special work stream on the communication. Our governance structure, we had a steering committee for this change, and then the project team who's executing this project, and a work streams who will support the project team to execute this huge change. So we had an employees from all Abu Dhabi ports and KEZAD ZoneScope employees, and we had we forming a leadership team, a steering committee for this project, and then we had the change management team and the communication work stream as well. So we have to communicate the change, forming a leadership team, and empower employees to contribute. We have to include the employees. We cannot work in silo and then the employees wake up in the morning and see everything is changed. This will make your change more difficult. So we should not exclude the employees from the change. And again, communication.
Thank you, Sanad. Last but not least, in our final module A, Shawqi Al-Yusuf, Acting Director of Business Excellence and Business Continuity Organization at the Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce and Industry, will be speaking on highlights on the EFQM 2020 model. Over to you, Shawqi.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to be with you today, and let me see how I can share my screen here and start my presentation immediately. Here we go. I think we are in business now. Okay. The title of my presentation would be the highlights on the EFQM 2020 model. Let me give you a little bit of insight why I have chosen this topic to talk about. Is not to present the technical advances that has been incorporated in the EFQM model 2020, but rather how can this new features of the model, if I might call it so, be working to your advantage for your business and to rethink many of the fundamental concepts that many businesses have been working upon, and take some feeds for thought at the end of this session. So let me begin with that I do come from the Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce, and one of our products is the Sheikh Khalifa Excellence Award, which is the framework that we have introduced to help organizations within Abu Dhabi to improve, to be more sustainable and be able to withstand the fierce competition that is happening around us. Ever since the inception of this award in 1999, it was based on the EFQM, the European Foundation for Quality Management framework. And right now we are in cycle number 20. So about 20 cycles of the SKIA award has been based on the EFQM award. The current cycle is still running on the EFQM 2013 model, and the future, we will talk about what will happen in the future in due course. I think in the question and answer session, we'll be addressing this. On top of the Sheikh Khalifa Excellence Award, we have another program that is called the SME Award, and this was introduced in 2017. This is brand new, and it is really geared towards the small and medium organizations and startups. Right now, we have finished our first cycle, and we have celebrated the success of the companies that have participated in this in the first cycle. We are moving on, inshallah, with this award in the near future. Right now, because of the COVID situation, there has been a little bit of relaxation on the way forward for this award. But as I go through this presentation, I will make reference to some of the things that we have developed that can help you as well in your adoption of the EFQM model. So the first thing that we would like to talk about, or the front page of the excellence model, we see that we have the 2013 version, and now we have the 2020 model. A striking point here that previously it was called the EFQM Excellence model. The word excellence were very much throughout the model. In the new model, the word excellence has been replaced by a framework for change and performance improvement. There has been a lot of thought why this has been done. It is not my take to entertain this change. However, this is a reality now, and it is now called the EFQM model and not the model for excellence. The other thing that you would be very evident when we're looking at the model is that previously in the 2013 version, we had the fundamental concepts. We had 8 fundamental concepts. We had the criteria, and we had the radar logic. Now, in the new version, you will see that the fundamental concepts have been integrated into the criteria, so they are no more evident as a component of the model because they have been cast into the criteria. But the radar model is still intact, and it is being practiced as well. Little highlights on the major changes that we will see here, that previously in the 2013 version, we had 2 sets in the model, one being the enablers and the other set was the results. In the new model, we had direction, we have execution, and we have results. So there is a little bit of change here that we can see. Also, the 9 criteria with their 32 criterion parts have been rearranged into 7 criteria and 23 criterion parts in this time. Cause and effect was there between enablers and results. However, in this new version, it is very much clear the cause and effect between the different components and the criteria of the model. Interestingly, the products and services have been viewed in a different manner that will address their value rather than just the products and services. And this will trigger a lot of thought on how we are going to practice this model. The result part had the people, customer, society, and business results. In the new version, we have one overall results, and they are in two parts, perceptions and strategic and operational. These are the two parts, and they encompass all the stakeholders. This is an overview of what you will see in the two versions. But looking a little bit deeper, you will see that now we will have three major dimensions in the model. One is being the direction. This is why we do things. And then execution, how we do this. And then finally, the results. What have we achieved throughout this? This is in a nutshell looking at a very high level of the model. But I would like to take you a little bit deeper and look under the hood to see what are the things there and look at what are the things that the model has been repeatedly referring to. And when we do that, we will see that a term that is many times referred to is the word value. And the value that, as I said earlier, has replaced the products and services, because now we are looking at the value rather than the sheer or the mere products and services. Also, a reference has been made quite extensively to business model and also to the ecosystem, as well as the transform for the future, and also sustainability. And the final thing is about the score. And I would like to take you through these a little bit in detail, not very much in detail, but to give you some thought about how you will be looking at this. Now, for your information, these references to all these concepts is not particular to the EFQM, but rather also to the GEM2, which is the Government Excellence Model, and also in the Baldrige New Performance Excellence Program, the United States of American Framework for Excellence. They have also made a lot of references to these particular terms. And I would like to take you through this, as I said earlier. So when we talk about value, we have introduced this word to replace, as I said, the products and services. And here we need to create, design and create value, particularly for our main stakeholder, who are the customers. To do this, we have introduced the value proposition canvas, which you can find in our SME award in detail. How are you going to do this? And this is also based on the work of the strategizer company that they have done this, and this whole SME award is based on their work. So in this, you will see that to create value means that you have to create a best fit between the pains and gains that the customer will be experiencing, as opposed to what your product will be offering to relieve such pains and to gain the advantages that the stakeholder or the customer will be receiving from the experience going through this. So you will see that what we are trying to do is to come up with the best fit between the customer experience and the product design and things. We also, it's not enough that we will have the value created and designed, but also how to communicate and sell this value. This is very important. Many organizations have come up with tremendous value, but they did not communicate it or sell it in a very rewarding manner. To deliver a value is another aspect that we have to do. And with all this, we will have to see how we can define and implement the overall experience that the customers will be going through. Okay, so again, there has been reference to another term, which is the business model. What is a business model? A business model describes the rationale of how the organization creates, delivers, and captures value. With this, again, if we go back to the SME award, then we have a full model about how to scratch and do the business model. And of course, this was based on the business model canvas, which we are promoting very much for many organizations to try to adopt. I will not go through the details of this, but you will see that there are different parts of this. At the heart of it is the value proposition, where the organization will be putting together and designing the value of the products and services. So with this model, we will identify a number of players who will be helping us to deliver this value, and that will open up the ecosystem, which has become a very talked about term nowadays, as I think more than the word innovation that was previously talked about. Right now, people are talking about ecosystem. So what is an ecosystem? And so the ecosystem would be the network of entities interacting with each other to create and exchange a sustainable value to it. The way you can demonstrate this is through putting a network around your organization and the products that you will be doing, and to identify how you are going to offer a particular value, whether it is to customers, whether to your suppliers, whether to your partners, and also, so you will have to be aware of your ecosystem that will enable you to create and capture value in your ecosystem. And the most important aspect of this is to manage relationships in an optimal way that you can not only sustain, but continue doing better in your ecosystem. This is an example of an ecosystem for the Apple. It is an excerpt. It's not a full business ecosystem, but maybe you can see, I don't know how clear it is in your screens, but I have highlighted here that you can see at the corner of this, these are the core value propositions where Apple is really working so hard on trying to develop the products and services and continuously adding value to its all stakeholders. A little bit further are the complementary offerings that still Apple is doing and is doing very well. And then you will find on the third circumference here, supplying and enabling network, and then finally the other stakeholders. An interesting part in this diagram you will see here in the left corner that there are the relationships between the different players of the ecosystem. You will see that they are the goods and services, the flow of them, how money is really generated and how money is really going which is at the end of the revenues for any organization. So you will see also the interaction between organizations with regard to the flow of money or the revenues and credit. And also you will see how intangible value is really affecting the whole ecosystem. The reason we are doing such an ecosystem it is for many good reasons. First of all, we have to understand why are we doing an ecosystem, because it helps us put together a strategy. And when strategy is all about the choices we make to face the challenges in front of us, we'll see that there are a number of issues. Once we look at all this, we can drive out of this. For example, the strengthening the relationships or form partnerships and people within our ecosystem, to monitor the activities of the competitors, and to the extent that we can turn competition into cooperation. And a new term that is evolving out of this is co-opetition. Co-opetition has become a very used term right now, and you see many organizations who have been competing previously have come to agreement with competition and starting to work with their competitors in developing and adding value for both of them, and also at the same time capturing value for themselves and maximizing the value. Not going too much into ecosystem. This is one of my favorite subjects. I could speak about this all day, but let me move on to another item. Is that once you identify and you understand the ecosystem, then you will see that there are a number of megatrends that are taking here. And this is something that you should be aware about in your ecosystem. And one of the things that are really changing around is the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, 5G, all these things are really changing the way we have been working. Today, for example, this particular presentation would have been live on stage, but today, because of the COVID and the Industrial Revolution solutions that we had, then we can go ahead and present this online. Climate change, demographic and social change, shifting economic power, all these are affecting our ecosystem. The more we are aware of our ecosystem, that will give us the knowledge, and then we can think of how we can innovate solutions to face the changes that are happening in our ecosystem. One of the things that the questions that I would like to address here, that we are not bound to any particular ecosystem, and we can always choose the ecosystem where we're going to be working, and also jump from one ecosystem to another, and maybe also coexist in a number of ecosystems as the situation may find. As I said earlier, I can talk about this a lot, but the time does not allow me. But I would like for you to think about this in more detail and see how you can really benefit out of this. Sustainability of the ecosystem will become a major guardian that we will have to reinforce all the time, and to safeguard our ecosystem and ensure its sustainability. The EFQM model calls for the sustainable development goals to be embedded into the organization, and organizations need to adopt the sustainable development goals. There are 17 sustainable goals that you need to address and take care of in your organization. Interestingly, is that this is no longer a global thing that is far-fetched, but also we have a UAE Sustainable Development Goals locally here for the UAE, and there is a quite a government initiative about this. Many organizations can join their efforts together and to try to safeguard the ecosystems here and improve them accordingly. The final thing I would like to speak about here is with regard to the scoring of the criteria here, and you will see, contrary to how it was before, 500 for enablers, 500 for the results. Right now we have 200 points for execution, for direction, 200 points for execution, and the results will be, 200 for direction, 400 for execution, and then 400 for results. I hope I have given you an overview of the new EFKM model. Most interestingly, or most importantly, is what you can get out of this and how can you really use all these concepts and put it into practice for the benefit of your organization. So thank you very much. I see that Sheikha is up. She's getting ready, signaling me that my time is up and getting ready for the question and answer. So thank you very much. And I hope my presentation was to your expectations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Al-Yusuf. I do have a question ready for you. The latest EFQM criteria stresses the importance of stakeholders and the ecosystem when developing the company strategy. What do you expect to see from Sheikh Khalifa Excellence Award applicant organizations in this regard?
Very good question. And as I said earlier, I could speak about this all day. However, what is very important is that you look around and you identify who are the players within the ecosystem. That is very important to do so that you can start strategizing accordingly. And you will be looking at the opportunities and the risks that this ecosystem will impact on your business. So wherever you see an opportunity, whether with your suppliers or the supplier of your suppliers or the new legislation or technology, you should be grabbing that opportunity to the best that you can do. And also identify risks. For many organizations, for example, they do not rely on a single supplier. They always have many suppliers or two minimum suppliers for any of their products in their supply chain. So this is some sort of risk management that they will be doing. Once you understand your ecosystem, and if you remember also in the 2013 version of the AFKM model, there was a call in 2A to understand the environment, which is again, understanding your ecosystem. So the more you understand your ecosystem, you understand the changes that are happening to your ecosystem, better equipped you will be to face them and grab the opportunity. So what we expect from the organizations here is to identify their ecosystem, identify the players and grab the opportunities around them.
We have one more question. What is your advice for organizations that would like to start assessing itself using Sheikh Khalifa Excellence Award Model for Excellence? Where should they start and how?
The start will be to really identify who are the stakeholders. In detail, we have seen that in my experience through the Sheikh Khalifa Excellence Award, that many organizations have identified their stakeholders, particularly customers, in a very high level. They did not go into very much detail in identifying the exact requirements or the expectations. So this is a very intensive exercise. It will shape the strategy of the organization, and this is something, a starting point that they should be doing. With regard to assessment, there are a number of assessment tools that can be used, and the EFQM model has introduced a number of assessment tools. Some of them are very high level and can be done in a very short time, and some of them are very much extensive. So by referring to the EFQM literature, there are a number of tools that can be used as an assessment, and these are not related to a particular version of the model, but can be used in any version of the model.
Thank you to all the speakers in Module A. We can certainly see how synergies of excellence drive momentum in a business. During Module B of our forum, we welcome a variety of panelists who will be discussing process improvement and best practice. The first discussion is a fascinating one, looking at the question, how did excellent organizations respond during COVID? Please welcome the moderator of our first panel, Dr. Loay Nakasha, Quality and Excellence Advisor at Abu Dhabi Ports, and the panelist, Dr. Mansour Al-Awar, Chancellor Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University, Mohammed Al-Hosni, Director, Crisis and Business Continuity Management, Abu Dhabi Ports, and Sunil Tawani, CEO, Quality Indeed Consulting Ltd. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, while Dr. Loay gets connected, if you allow me to introduce the speakers, we'll start.
Sorry, Dr. Suraj,
yes,
can I just
ahead,
make
please.
sure that everyone has, please, their camera on for this?
Yeah, I'm on.
Dr. Loay? Great.
Yes, I think
superb. I've been talking to myself, so I wanted to say thank you very much to Sheikh and thank you, Dr. Siraj, for alerting us to this page. I was saying that it's a particular pleasure for me, really, to be amongst friends and to be among all of you, especially to moderate this panel discussion. I think, Sheikh, I know you introduced our speakers briefly, but to do justice, I would like to say that we have with us today three esteemed panelists. Between them, they have tremendous working experience in quality, in excellence, in learning, and in crisis management. And our first panelist is our Dr. Mansour Al-Awar, who presented us in the morning with this wonderful presentation about leadership and about excellence. Dr. Mansour is Chancellor of Hamdan bin Mohammed Smart University, but also Dr. Mansour is regarded as one of the pillars of the quality and excellence movement in the UAE and beyond. He founded Hamdan bin Mohammed University, as we heard earlier, but prior to that, he established the first quality department at Dubai Police. He also played a major role in establishing some of the important associations like the E-Learning Association, the Middle East Quality Association, others. He was also chairman of Dubai Quality Group, many other activities throughout the UAE and outside the UAE. Dr. Mansour chaired several awards related to innovation, to leadership, to excellence, education, and so forth. He currently chairs, and he has been chairing the prestigious Minister of Interior Excellence Award for a number of years. He also chairs the jury of the, he's a head of the jury, and he also heads the jury for the Egypt Government Excellence Award. Dr. Mansour has written many books in innovation, leadership, higher education, and quality. So we welcome Dr. Mansour. I'd like to introduce also our second panelist, who is Mr. Sunil Tawani, an eminent member of the quality and excellence community in the UAE and outside the UAE as well. He's a fellow of the American Society for Quality, ASQ, and the CEO of Quality Indeed Consulting Limited. He was a member of the board of directors of the ASQ and a member of the jury of Dubai Quality Award and Sheikh Khalifa Excellence Award. He has many years of experience with regard to excellence and others. His current focus is on, and his passion is on helping public sector organizations on how can they help and support vulnerable segments of society. Sunil is a recipient of the prestigious ASQ Lancaster Medal for his dedication and outstanding contribution to the international fraternity of quality professionals. He actively promotes the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2030, and he is regularly invited to share his knowledge and expertise with different bodies throughout the world. As a consultant, he also assists other government and businesses on improving their performance, customer experience, and governance. So welcome, Sunil.
Thank you.
Last but not least, we have Mr. Mohammed Al-Hosani. He's Director of Crisis and Business Continuity Management at Abu Dhabi Ports, one of our stars at Abu Dhabi Ports who played a significant role in handling the COVID-19 pandemic and the aftermath. So for that, we will need for more questions. But prior to Abu Dhabi Ports, Mohammed spent a number of years with Abu Dhabi Occupational Safety and Health Center, OSHA, as a senior HSE auditor. He also held numerous other roles, different organizations, government and otherwise, focusing on building, construction, oil and gas industry sectors, especially in developing emergency and crisis management systems. Mohammed has a bachelor's degree in environmental health and safety from Abu Dhabi University. He also holds a diploma in business administration and computer information systems. So welcome, Mohammed, and welcome to all of you. And we'd like to start with this session. You see, I think I can be safe in saying that you are amongst your fan club here because you have so many followers here and so many who will know about the great work that you've been doing. Is Dr. Mansour with us? Dr. Mansour, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Loud and clear.
Oh, great. Welcome. Welcome, Dr. Mansour. Always a pleasure to see you. I've been having some questions, and one of the questions from a friend of yours saying that whenever I see Dr. Mansour, I see positive energy, I see continuous improvement from that positiveness. How does he do that? So keep that as one of the questions, but I'd like to start with that.
I hope aging did not intervene into this process.
No, but you're wonderful. You're doing great, and thank you for that. Dr. Mansour, one of the questions says, what during the pandemic is like going into an open book exam? If you don't know the answers already, no book will ever help you. So despite you being one of the pioneers in developing the remote learning systems, I wonder if you felt the need to review any of your courses or your teaching methods in order to help your students to learn in a better way. And what advice would you give us to make this online training and online learning fun and more effective? Over to you, Dr. Mansour.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Dr. Loai. It's a great privilege to be invited to this Business Excellence Forum, virtual one, and also to share the panel with the esteemed friends and colleagues. Mr. Sunil, he's a well-known, expert into this, and as well as Mohammed Al-Hosani, I think he's doing a great job in terms of the risk and in the Abu Dhabi airport. And what I have seen so far from the morning, I think Abu Dhabi port is having a big leap forward and having the passion for advancing the pursuing this excellence. So, and Dr. Loai, we have worked together, for a long time. So I hope that I will be, as you have expected, that I have a positive energy still going on as well as I am aging. So, but anyway,
This question is from Matthew Koshi, by the way, Doctor. Your friend Matthew Koshi, about the positive.
Matthew Koshi, yes, indeed. And for me, I would like just to start my comments on the question that you have asked, Dr. Luay. We, as soon as the coronavirus hit the world, I was intending actually on campus to make a statue of Corona and to be able to salute it every morning, because at least the whole community worldwide been recognizing online learning all of a sudden. And I think this was great, because I'm just teasing. I'm not promoting for coronavirus, but I think the coronavirus actually changed the course of action in what we have been promoting for the last 2 decades. And I think this goes back, we owe His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum for his pioneering vision of online learning when we started in 2002. And I think at that time, even the Ministry of Higher Education in United Arab Emirates and across the board in the Arab world did not have a clue how they're going to license such a higher education institution. So from that time, Dr. Luay, I think we were privileged to be given that role. It was a tough ride, because we intended to go to the Commissioner of Academic Accreditation at that time in the Ministry of Higher Education, not to say, okay, we will be licensed, because in the first place, they were not recognizing something called online learning. So we needed to go there and to debate and put for them on the table what they considered food for thought. And some of those gentlemen at that time, I remember, they say, this is, Dr. Mansour, is not a food for thought, this is a poison for thought. And I think they were so nervous in terms of how they're going to be able to move from a comfort zone to a place that they need to have risk. And I think I'm talking the language of Muhammad al-Hawsari, but I think that's where the risk is going to be taken. So I think that is the first one. However, the key fundamental that we sustained and we never changed the course of action in Hamdan Muhammad Smart University when the pandemic came is because of our 5 values, Dr. Luay. We adopted it. We never changed it. We never, gone astray an inch from those 5 fundamental values. First of all, we are learner-centric, where, people in excellence says customer centricity. But the learner centricity is a must, not just only, putting up in a media that we are concentrated, but no, I've been saying to our learners at the university, guys, you are in a driving seat. Do you know, Dr. Luay, what did they respond to me? They said, okay, Dr. Mansour, if we're in the driving seat, so what the hell you are doing in the administration and faculty, and what are those people doing? I said, look, when you will become in the driving seat, we will become your Google map. Your Google map won't work unless you enter the direction. Otherwise, you will not be able to utilize the wisdom of the big data of Google map. So I think that is exactly what the learner centricity is. Then we are game changer. That's the second value. We change the whole the rules of the game in higher education. Of course, education, it will always remain in the 4 pillars. We have learners, we have faculty, we have curriculum, we have learning environment. All those 4 fundamental pillars of education, we have re-engineered them. And I think...
Did you have to change anything? Did you have to change anything after the pandemic hit?
I'm going to come to that very soon. And then we have the third value, which is the together we grow, and then passion for results and fueling innovation. So I think innovation is one of the key elements of fueling innovation in terms of the pandemic. So what we have set up the university for, Dr. Luay, it was totally throughout. We didn't change the course because we built it on different aspects of the traditional education. And that is where the challenge is. The challenge in the smart education is not technology. Technology is a lagging indicator, but the leading indicator in smart learning is the pedagogy. And the pedagogy is the way that you learn. And that is where we have so many learners who loved us and who still are in love with us because they take the responsibility of learning. That is totally different. And majority maybe, sometimes they leave Hamdan bin Hamad Smart University because the responsibility is the learner's responsibility. It's not me spoon feeding you. So that's number one. Number two, when the pandemic hit the ground, what we were able to do for the community of United Arab Emirates. We have proposed to the Minister, His Excellency, the Minister of Education, that, you know, I mean, let me describe the situation. The Ministry of Education decided in 2 weeks, I mean, the spring break, after 2 weeks, everybody goes online with no even preparation at all. Where were the rescue team who rescued the education at that time, at that measure in time, in 2 weeks' time, to people to go online? If we were not ready, Dr. Luai, we weren't able to, I mean, put our hands together with the Ministry of Education to be able to serve the community of United Arab Emirates and the community of teachers and schools and faculties at the university. So what we did, we offered 2 crash courses on how to become an online teacher in 24 hours. And the second course, how to design a class in 24 hours. Practical hands-on crash courses. And we offered them immediately in the beginning of the spring break, and it went like viral. I remember His Excellency, the Minister Al-Hamadi, was WhatsApping me. He says, the rate under which it is going up, the number of subscriptions, more than coronavirus itself. Because in only 5 days, we reached up to 65,000 teachers in United Arab Emirates alone. So I think if we were not able, not just only from the curricular side, but also from the cloud computing that we have, the whole system of infrastructure being built throughout the 2 decades, so it paid off very well. I think if we were not ready, then it would not have been the case. Now, what changed our course, Dr. Luai, just only the final word. What changed our course after the pandemic? Well, I was a little bit reluctant to publicize this because the community was not ready before the pandemic to hear such a thing. Now, I hope, gentlemen, ladies who are with us I'm going to do the following announcement. We are going to unbundle the university. Unbundling means that we are transforming education, ladies and gentlemen, in Expo 2020 from a service. Education today has been perceived as a service to be delivered. Now we are going to make it as a utility in the Arab world under the name of Zaid Cyber Palm for Education. نخلة زايد الذكية للتعليم. We will transform education from a service to a utility. That makes our motto, ladies and gentlemen, very valid. When we were talking about it in 2002, people were actually punching to our face, I mean, the hands. But now I say, very obvious, shopping is essential. Shopping malls, not anymore. Banking is essential, ladies and gentlemen. Banks as brick and mortar, not anymore. Consequently, ladies and gentlemen, after the pandemic, schooling is essential. Schools are not. Learning is essential. Universities are not. And I think to all of those academicians like myself, I have to find a job. Thank you.
Oh, great. What a great answer. Dr. I would love to listen to this for hours, really. Unfortunately, I have a little, I don't have a lot of time, and I would go straight to a question to Mr. Sunil Thawani. And I will ask you if you could please be brief. I will ask the first question, but for all our audience, if they have a question, please put it to Dr. Mansour, to Mr. Sunil, to Mr. Mohammed. Put it there in the chat box, and we'll take it one by one. So the second question goes to Mr. Sunil. Mr. Sunil, The role of national and international awards in promoting the excellence criteria is well known. As you know, such criteria is based on what excellent organizations have in common. Do you think the excellence criteria remained valid after COVID-19, or do you think should be modified, criteria should be modified or changed? Is it still relevant today? The definition of the word winner, would it still be there? What does it mean in the new era? Over to you, Mr. Sunil.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Loa, and appreciate my invitation and participation. Having worked with Dubai Ports Authority and visited Panama Canal, Yokohama Port, San Francisco, you are in a very, very complex business. It's not easy, and my hats off to all of you in maintaining this global trade, especially even in COVID times. Coming to your question, in short, yes, these frameworks, principles are relevant. For example, EFQM and Mr. Shoki talked about understanding the ecosystem, visualizing the future external environment. But the tools will change. Tools and techniques and strategy will change. You see, we are craving for certainty. Though uncertainty has been there in the world for a long time, I remember Tom Peters writing a book, Thriving on Chaos, in 1980s. And we have been living in uncertainty, but COVID has brought uncertainty for a very long period of time. And information is changing a lot, and regulations are coming almost on a daily basis. So what organizations need to do is to adapt these models and use different strategies, tools, and techniques. For example, we use forecast, annual business plan, implement, make profit, reinvest. How do we forecast today? Very difficult. Last year numbers are not normal. We can use scenario planning tools, which Thomas Schwartz, who brought scenario planning to Shell, the long art of war, are relevant actually. So we need to adapt new tools and techniques while remaining using the principles like leadership and culture, like EFQM talks about, other excellence 4G model, GEM talks about it. But leadership styles needed are different. Securing the current as well as the future is critical for leadership. So in short, yes, models are relevant, strategy, tools, and techniques will change. And this may need to change even the weightages among the different criteria. I would expect the frameworks to give more weightage on resilience, agility, culture, ambiguity, and relook at it. Yeah. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you. It's very comforting to know that people like you think that it is timeless. This criteria, this excellence concept, the frameworks are timeless, but how we deal with it, it should be different to suit the current situation. And the current situation is the pandemic COVID-19. And we have an expert amongst us, Mr. Mohammed Al-Hosseini. Mohammed, I'd like to ask you this question, please. The warning sign about the possibility of a pandemic has been there well before the pandemic. We all knew about it. Nothing has been done about it all over the world. What have we learned from this pandemic, and what are your thoughts on how companies should design their core capabilities in order to be ready for the future? And what best practices have you introduced at Abu Dhabi Ports in order to manage risks and ensure business continuity? Over to you, Mohammed.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. I would like to really thank you for inviting us to be in this valuable discussions panel, especially with Dr. Sunil and Dr. Mansour. Dr. Mansour, really thank you for the valuable information that we learned from you today. I really interested to join this presentation from the beginning. Now, back to the questions, Dr. Luai. Let me to bring the attentions here at very important to say that to all audience here. Now, Abu Dhabi Ports risk and resilience capabilities has been established a couple of years back, honestly, in order to enable the comprehensive oversight value to the crisis management at all, and to focusing more in the business continuity requirements. In Abu Dhabi Ports, we have already established the structure of crisis management system and the establishing of the crisis management team, which lead by our group CEO, Captain Shamsi. And we do have also established the incident management team, a tactical response management team. Those are our heroes, honestly. We spend a lot to having this successful and to improve the situations in regards to our resources internally. More on that, if we are talking particularly in COVID-19, we established immediately the task force teams, many task force teams, in order to respond specifically and handling the maintaining of our business continuity within our organizations. I mean, in different sectors in our organizations. If we are talking about the from the day one of the COVID-19, honestly, the crisis management team and the risk resilience team has already doing or conducting the forecasting sessions. Through those forecasting sessions, we go through the implications related to the risk management, control measures, reviewing the existing control measures, improving and enhancing the control measures as well. And two important things as well in regarding the readiness and the response. And here I will refer back to what Dr. Mansour mentioned, that to be proactive or pro-action things better than reaction. So we believe both of them is important, but to be proactive or to spend a lot in pro-action things will help you a lot to be successful on reaction things. That's very important. This is why in Abu Dhabi Ports we, alhamdulillah, our operations not impacted. I mean, we don't receive any significant impacts. We handling smoothly in our operations, maintaining our business continuity, maintaining the resources and related to the human capital or the other important resources and outsources. Also, we spend a lot in proactive things. So preparing is very important things. Then go for the testing, training, raising the awareness, this kind of things are related to the crisis management and business continuity. Back to the important elements for us in order to keep maintaining the business continuity here, keeping the focus on very important of our human capitals. We call seafarers, or our human capitals in our internal departments or critical internal departments, especially in port operations or industrial operations team or the logistic teams, digital teams. All of them are our assets, our important human capital. And as you know, the COVID-19 affected to the human capital or the human resources. This is why we keep maintaining them, so we're taking care of them. We have always the safety control measures to protecting them, and we have always the alternatives presenting in place. We have the backup in place. That's very important. Now, I will give you I will share with you one of the good example in Abu Dhabi Ports, honestly, as a best practice. We do have it here even before COVID-19. Since 2016, honestly, we have identified the pandemic in general in our risk register and our risk management approach. We have mentioned this one. We also having listed the controls measures for responding to the pandemic disease since that time. And one of them, or two of them, is very important. I need to share it with you, the developing the specific response plan for the pandemic. And I would like to thank the internal department with us and the efforts we spent internally to develop this pandemic response plan internally. The second things we have in 2017, or beginning of 2017, we signed a contract with one of the famous health provider in Emirates of Abu Dhabi to support us for any pandemic disease as one of the control measures to be in place. So consider that we believe in our risk. We believe that our leaders supporting us always to go forwards to having this kind of things in place. They believe on our thoughts. They believe in our forecastings or the expectation that we put it in place in advance.
Very well, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. One thing before my next question, please, I'd like to hear from our audience. Please, if you have any question, please put it in the chat box. Don't know if any has been put yet or not. I don't see any. So please feel free to put your questions in the chat box and I will take them one by one. But in the meantime, I'm back to Dr. Mansour. Dr. Mansour, they say technology is a great enabler for organizations, and you mentioned it as well. This technology served us very well during the pandemic due to our ability to connect with each other remotely. We can connect with our customers, with suppliers, with employees, and so forth. Many will say our productivity has increased after the pandemic. Others will say only the number of meetings increased. What's your view on that? Over to Dr. Mansour. Dr. Mansour, can you? Yeah.
I think, Dr. Luai, my stand on these type of questions are going back to fundamentals. Of course, everyone in the worldwide, they went to work remotely. And I mean, from their homes, from their houses. And this was two sides of the coin, for which you have already alluded to. Some of them, they said, we have a big productivity. But when it comes to big productivity, then do we mean that we balance our life when we talk about working productivity, that we have more meetings and we are more concise and we are much more touched to the table than the chair for 12 hours? So is that considered to be productive if we don't have a balance in life? I think that is something to be studied. We conducted such a study on that in the university. The other part, of course, is also it exposed for a great extent that our job descriptions are not being designed to be working, remotely. And also there were no measurement of productivity. I'm talking generally speaking, I'm not talking specific. So these type of major concerns, Dr. Luai, I think it will be there. And that is why even on the education sector, I attended a meeting with all presidents of the universities last Thursday with His Excellency the Minister, because we were discussing going back to benches, going back to campuses. And I think the majority of our colleagues, rectors and chancellors and presidents of the universities, they were pro to go on campus, because going back to the comfort zone is very important for them on that base. So I think, Dr. Luai, in a nutshell, I think productivity, if it is measured that's fine. If it is not measured, then people will have always the risk to
I
abuse
mean, you
the
do
system.
it all the time, doctor, in university. I mean, they can attend all the courses, but did they learn or didn't they? And you tested all the time. We would like
Yeah,
to learn from your
of
expertise
course,
in
because
this.
that's what I said. The measurement is important. Once the pandemic hit the whole sectors in the society, the majority were not ready. I'm not talking about my example. We are measuring, for instance, Dr. Luay, the universities overall, and you are an academician as well. Always when they assess, they have two types of assessment for the learners. There are something called summative assessment, and there is something called formative assessment. In traditional education, the summative assessment constitutes 90% of the assessment, and they leave 10% for formative assessment. On the contrary, the smart learning, the formative assessment not less than 50%. That means that what we call the continuous assessment. That thing, it is in our DNA of the HMSU. That is why we are not suffering. That's what I said. We built the system over 2 decades to be able to produce. We are not like Mohammed Al-Hosni. Your risk team, Mohammed, they were very successful in predicting all the pandemic in 2016. But I think although we did not, expect that, but at the end of the day, we were ready because of infrastructure that we have and because of the dimension that the pandemic took the whole society towards it. So I think that is something that to be considered. What I think for the future, Dr. Luay, I think the government should look into the productivity measures. And that is, we were talking about it long time back, but nobody took it seriously. Now, in the pandemic, it will force people to be able to see the productivity wherever they work. Now, even certain government in UAE actually is one of the forefront, catalysts for bringing the change into the government and sector. Right to start from the excellence model of G4 of the government of UAE, as well as on the practices. So I think it's a challenge when you come to the productivity issue. And also, we need to keep in mind that the whole remote working, it needs a different structure. Even when we talk about building teams, virtual teams is not like building a team that you are supervising on the spot. So I think that visualization of the whole thing, I hope that it will be one day we will come to you guys to talk about something that it is really challenging in visualization. So that is why one of the criteria, Dr. Luay, which I propose in my book about innovation in higher education, is competing on imagination. How well we can imagine. And that is something hard to measure as well. So what I'm expecting is the change of the structure of the employment, the staff, the way that constitutes the whole process and procedures within the work is very important. Thank you.
I have another question on this topic, but I'll come back to you, Doctor. Great, okay. Always a pleasure listening to you. Mr. Sunil, I have a question for you, please. And I know that you've been working and you are passionate about the UN goals. In terms of the 17 famous sustainable development goals of the UN, is there a link between those goals and excellence? And what is your advice to organizations in terms of how sustainability goals help become excellent and ready for critical situations? Over to you, Mr. Sunil.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very important, relevant, and appropriate question, Doctor. You see, having myself served for the corporate world for about 30 years, helping them, improve performance or make more profits. Thanks to Government of Abu Dhabi, last 10, 15 years, I've been working on the social sector. And thanks to ATSIC, now Abu Dhabi Digital Authority, I had opportunity to attend United Nations conferences from 2009. That actually slowly, gradually brought me closer to sustainable development goals. Now, you see, these goals are all encompassing. They take care of poverty, hunger, life above water, climate actions, gender equality, sanitation, responsible consumption and all, right? That's one aspect of that. There was released in 2015. Government of UAE is one of the 193 signatories to that. And His Highness has set up a committee on that, which is led by Honorable Minister Hood to implement those framework. One of the goals is partnerships, goal number 17. These goals cannot be implemented by government alone. We need corporate world, private sector, NGOs, individuals, academicians, strategists, all to work towards it. Now, this is the backdrop. Now, frameworks like EFQM and all that have this time integrated SDGs into their framework, essentially to motivate and inspire corporates and government to integrate sustainability and social elements into the corporate world, right? Now, I see it at two levels. What an individual employee can do in the government or private sector or NGO. What can SNEEL do? So I can read and pick up, let's say, any one goal, no hunger or extreme poverty or gender equality or sustainable cities. And what can I do? So leadership of each government entity or private sector should inspire individuals to commit and take action. Secondly, what an organization can do. Organization, as excellence, very well, model defines excellence looking at all stakeholders, not only investors and customers and partners, but also society. And these days, a lot of customers are buying decisions based on society's contribution to organized society. So organizations can look at what business they are in. Let's say Environment Agency Abu Dhabi can look at goal number 6 on water, making clean water available. And take those metrics, there are targets and objectives, and integrate into their annual business plan. And report the KPIs to Executive Council or to PM's office, which feeds into the global database. Now, just to give you an idea, 2021 sustainability report released only 3 weeks back reports progress on SDGs by each goal and by each country. Let me tell you, out of 165 nations, top 5 are, like Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Germany. They are at 86 out of 100. They are the top 5 ranking nations. UAE is ranked 71st out of 165. Now, some of the goals which need good attention and work is responsible consumption and production. We waste a lot of food, energy, and all that. Other is the, food stress. Because of the nature of the climate, there's a lot of stress on the food safety and security. And other is, climate, life below water and all that. So it's a very, very interesting. So going back to your question, excellence models like EFQM have done amazing work by integrating into it. Now it's up to organizations to build sustainable long-term strategies, give resources, make people aware. And I'm thankful to Abu Dhabi Ports. Kizad invited me to talk about it about last year with the community. So thank you for asking this very important question. I'm very passionate about it. And we'll be happy to support Abu Dhabi Ports and others' vision on this. Thank you, Doctor.
Welcome. So in conclusion, I think you were saying that try to pick from these high-level goals what suits you or what you can impact most. Absolutely. And integrate it into your strategies in order to make a difference. Am I right?
Absolutely. 200% right. And report the performance. A lot of KPIs, KSIs go to the leadership that we can pick up those directly from the SDGs. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a wonderful advice. Thank you for that. I think Dr. Mansour had to leave us, but we will continue with our session. And we have a question for Mr. Mohammed Al-Hosani. And can you tell us a little bit about the biggest challenges, something that you had to roll up your sleeves and do at the time the pandemic hit? And also, can you touch upon, especially and particularly, what do organizations face? I mean, it could be a pandemic, it could be a crisis. What do they face? And please, if you can emphasize on the supply chain, how could the supply chain be affected during a crisis or a pandemic of such magnitude? Please.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. Now, as everyone here aware about the pandemics and the characteristics of the COVID-19, specifically, not only to the pandemic in general. COVID-19 is impacting the human capital or our people, let me say. So one of the challenges that we can see the impacting the humans, and most of the them, they are, afraid to facing this kind of diseases. As Dr. Mansour mentions, from the second week of the diseases show up in our country. So most of our employees or our peoples, they are working from the distance, they are shifting to working from home. So there was a lot of challenges we faced, honestly, and we try to solve it with digital teams. So we adapting ourselves to come up with proper solutions to the providing the laptops, providing the internet access, supporting them from different way, even we supporting them from home, doing some site visit support, this kind of things. Other things also something related to the dependencies. As you know, in port managements, we are work depend on others, and others work depend on us. So the dependencies challenges that we faced, the readnesses from others, we depend on them. We face this kind of thing. So this is why we try to always have the I can say the pre-meetings with our stakeholders whenever government or the private sectors, I mean the shipping lines or ship agents or others in our port stakeholders. So dependencies, natures in port management was one of the challenges, and we worked closely with them. The third one is very, very important one in philosophy of the crisis management and business continuity. We faced the new circulars, and the changes, as you know, always happens for the COVID-19 because it's the new things, even in for our I can say the authority, the health department authority or the crisis management authority. So this is why we decide from the day one to secondment one or represent one of our teams to be on their control rooms to stay for 24/7 with them, doing both things, supporting them as government support and supporting and facilitating our requirements to handling and monitoring the new circulars or the new directions which we received from the government. And that's this kind of things helping us a lot, honestly. There are a lot of challenges. We need time, صراحة, big time to explain about it and how we solve it. But those are the most important things that we faced as a challenges, and we try to adapting ourselves. The good things also, the leadership, because if you have a good leaderships and understand the quick changes within your organizations and supporting you for a lots of things, the human resources, the financial resources, equipment, new contracts, agreements, this kind of things. If we don't have a good leaderships in our organization, we will face, because we have our colleagues in other organizations and we heard from them how they face the challenges and they break down because of not supporting in proper way.
Mohammed, in the audience, there is a question now I can see in the chat. They're talking about I mean, is this just at the UAE level or our organization level? You talked about the UAE government and then at our organization level, but the question here, it talks about, is there any special things that we need to, the Arab governments need to do, or is this much more of an international thing that the whole world have got to come together, be it whatever country? What's your take on that?
Yes, thank you for this question. Now, most of the government, they faced similar what we faced. But the difference between the others and us, or similar to us, that the preparations or the flexibility, or I can say the resilience of the companies, and how they have a quick change, they have to introduce the new procedures in place, adopting some strategic on recovery stage or in emergency response stage. Those are the difference between the governments. I mean, whenever in the UAE or the other Emirates, or in our regions as well, because we have links with others, and we try to having benchmark as well to see some of the others. They came to us to learn from our best practices. So we have a lot of discussions, and we know that they face the same, but the challenge is different a little bit, and the response to have maintaining the business continuity and the risk management or the crisis response management is a little bit different from us to others.
Dr. Lai, can I enter?
Oh, Dr. Mansour, welcome.
Into this question, specifically for the Arab governments. I think my humble advice to all Arab states, that if they will be having a leadership commitment at the top level to excellence and quality, they would have pursued to respond to the pandemic effectively and efficiently, like the United Arab Emirates government did. And because it was a proactive measure to embed the standards of excellence and quality into all of the government's work. And that is why I think we have successfully done it, because it came from the top. Most of the people who did apply the quality movement, it did not come from the top of the government worldwide. We are presenting a model for the whole world in terms of government excellence. And I think Dr. Sunil might agree with me, because there are lots of governments which we all respect. But I think on the front of excellence and government, United Arab Emirates, led by His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed, His Highness Sheikh Khalifa Mohammed bin Rashid, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, giving an exemplar commitment to excellence and quality. So I think that is, we hope and we ask Allah Azza wa Jal أن يديم عليهم الصحة والعافية وطولة العمر. And I think the leadership is what makes the difference into this. United Arab Emirates is amongst, for me as a person, as a researcher, is the best country worldwide when dealing with pandemic of corona. This is exactly what I feel. This is exactly what people who are living in this country would feel. This is the only country that provided health treatment to all, regardless gender, regardless religion, regardless nationality, regardless anything else. And I think this is a role model worldwide that we, in the United Arab Emirates, we as organizations, we need to celebrate this, but still we are falling much behind not to be able to custom. I'm very sorry, Dr. Luay, to be so enthusiastic about it, but I think this is what I feel. And that is the only advice to the Arab countries, who the gentleman or the lady who asked this question. I think look at the role model of United Arab Emirates. I'm not saying that we are perfect. We are saying that we are struggling for our journey and pursuing the excellence, continuous improvement. And we have learned a lot. Our government always, pushes us to learn a lot. So I think UAE is one of the role examples worldwide. And without hesitation, I can claim that. And I think what our government giving us this choice, and the only thing is, people would always question me, our colleagues outside the United Arab Emirates, why you guys are so committed. We see the public are committed, disciplined. I said, because they trust the leadership of this country. People, when they trust the leadership, they owe and they bow and they thank them. And that is exactly what our government is doing. Thank you very much, Dr. Luay. And I'm very sorry, gentlemen, our colleagues Sunil and Mohammed, I need to leave because I need to catch another, otherwise I would have enjoyed, of course, my friend also Bassem Abeid is there, but anyway, I have to leave. So excuse me for...
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Doctor,
yeah, how are we doing for time? Are we done or do we have...
I think it would be better if we continue. We are going to skip our break and move to the other panel discussion. I guess we're done for this one. Thank you to you, to the moderator and panelists for the fascinating discussion, savings and achieve our original strategy. Thank you, everyone. The next panel addressing the topic towards best practice and process management to drive savings and achieve your organization strategy. Just a reminder to please keep your questions coming in through the chat box and we'll get to as many as possible. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session, Dr. Suraj Salah, Process Improvement Manager at Abu Dhabi Ports. And of course, our panelists are Bassem Abeid, CEO, PDCA Group, Dr. Zain Tahboob, President, MEANA College of Management, and welcome back to Mr. Sunil Thawani, CEO of Quality Indeed Consulting Ltd. And the floor is to you.
Thank you very much, Sheikha. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be with you on this exciting event. It's been really very, very fruitful, and I look forward also to welcoming our distinguished guests for the second panel. I'm privileged to introduce to you Dr. Zain Tahboob, Mr. Bassem Abeid, and Mr. Sunil Thawani. And before I get started, let me just give a brief about the speakers, and then we'll introduce the topic very briefly, and then we'll get to the questions. So hopefully we can, get another exciting session, inshallah. So Dr. Zain Tahboob recently commenced his role as president of Middle East and North Africa, MENA College of Management. Just before taking this role, he established a new consulting house for designing future systems, Dar al-Sana'a or Arsenal. He worked for about 11 years as chief advisor for the government of Dubai in the aviation sector. He's contributed to the Dubai plan from 2015 to 2021 currently. The aviation strategy as well between 2009 and 2015, and the logistics competitiveness 2016, which is related to the maritime industry as well, and the Dubai Industrial Strategy 2017. Dr. Tahboob also has served for many years in a combined role of industry and academia between 1978 and 2007, and is still active in research and special interest in artificial intelligence, fourth industrial revolution, unmanned aerial vehicles, and future engineering. Welcome, Dr. Zain. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And our second panelist is Mr. Bassem Abeid, with over 30 years in private and public sectors experience. Mr. Abeid combines the hands-on experience gained while working in power generation and manufacturing companies with the art of professional third-party auditing and consulting services. With deep knowledge of organizational resilience, business excellence, management systems, and customer experience. Mr. Abeid worked for Lloyd's Register for more than 20 years. During that, he progressed through a career from a lead auditor and a tutor of management system standards to a regional director for South Asia, Australia, Middle East, and Africa. And the last position he held with Lloyd's was the Global Head of Training and Improvement Services. Currently, as the CEO of PDCA Group, Mr. Abeid leads one of the fastest growing firms in the Middle East based in the UAE, focused on smart solutions for current and future challenges. Welcome, Mr. Abeid.
Thank you, Dr. Suraj. Pleasure to be here.
And last but not least, Mr. Sunil Thawani is our speaker. He is the Chief Executive Officer for Quality Indeed Consulting. I think Dr. Luay already introduced Mr. Sunil in the previous session, but let me just say a few words as well. Mr. Sunil assisted many organizations from diverse sectors of the economy, including governments, to improve their performance, customer experience, and governance. He's the recipient of prestigious ASQ Lancaster Medal for his dedication and outstanding contribution to the International Fraternity of Quality Professionals. He served as a member of ASQ Board of Directors and member of jury for a number of awards. He currently focused with his passion to help the public sector on various initiatives, actively promoting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as discussed also in the previous session, and been invited to deliver talks by the United Nations and many other associations. Welcome, Mr. Sunil. Thank you very much. And so for process management, very, very important topic. And I think it touches on various fields. Quality, as we all may agree, is the result of a reliable process. Most activities we do in life are really processes in a way or another. The way we do business, the activities that we do can be defined and thought of as processes connected with each other to form some systems of work. It can be defined as a group of practices that provide better stewardship of business processes throughout the use of measurements, tools, and documentation, among other aspects that we will touch on as well. There are various thoughts that come to everybody's mind, I'm sure, related to processes versus people, the focus, and the focus on customers and strategy. Then the issue of automation of processes and digitization, resilience and maturity also when it comes to processes, technology aspects as mentioned, frameworks, policies, procedures, what are the differences, what are the different, let's say, approaches. And very importantly, profitability and economy when it comes to process improvement and process management, simplification, optimization, lean, standardization, ISO systems, re-engineering, so much ground to cover. Let me start first with Dr. Zain, if I may. Dr. Zain, achieving strategic objective is paramount to all successful organizations. What is the link, in your opinion, between process management and the achievement of strategic goals? How can organizations ensure they have alignment between their processes and their strategic goals? To you, Dr. Zain.
Thank you very much. I think a speaker this morning answered this question in details, and I'm going to refer to that speaker, Dr. Yasar Jarrar. I think he emphasized a lot on the action side rather than the strategic side. And it's my honor that Yasar is one of my ex-students. So I can definitely refer to what he has said, and I was very happy to hear what he has said. To answer your question, I really believe that it's very easy. Let me say easy, not very easy. It is easy to develop strategies, but the question is about the execution of the strategies. And the question of execution is the critical area for succeeding in developing and implementing strategies. And here, that's what is the link between a good strategy and a good execution. It is the processes. If you have a good system in place for the actions, then definitely you are going to succeed. That's why I emphasize without processes and without, let me refer to again what Dr. Yasar said, actions. Actions are the key, and actions has to be organized through processes, all right? The other thing, definitely for a strategy to be successful in implementation, definitely you have to eliminate waste. And if I may quote a very famous quote for one of the leading scientists in management, God bless his soul, he passed away several years ago, Peter Drucker. He has a very famous saying, and he says, there is no more waste than to try to optimize what you don't have to do in the first place. So in my humble opinion, you have first of all to decide for your strategy, for the execution of your strategy, do I need to do this or not? And if you don't have to do it, eliminate it. Get rid of it. Get rid of the waste. And in my humble opinion, this quote summarizes a lot of things that we need to focus on. I don't want to take long time in answering your questions so that I benefit from listening to the other panelists.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zain. We are truly humbled by your presence here, and
thank you so much
for enlightening us. I'm sure there will be more also questions to come. Let me hand it then to Mr. Bassem. With the advancement in technology and digitalization, what is your advice when it comes to the automation of process management tools and softwares in general? I mean, there are many in the market, but in general, what's your advice? And in order to optimize, processes and manage, let's say, also the quality assurance aspect of managing, these procedures and processes that we have. Can you maybe give us some examples also, please?
Thank you very much, Dr. Suraj. First of all, I'm really thankful and honored, pleased to be here with Dr. Zain, with my old friend Sunil Thawani, and with in the Business Excellence Virtual Forum. It's a pleasure. Thanks for the opportunity. And the topic you asked about, Dr. Suraj, is a topic that we can talk about for the whole day as well. Similar to, I think, to all the topics that's been addressed so far. I think to start with, do we go digital? I think we all now feel and have seen this from the pandemic, the acceleration to go digital. So the whole world actually is definitely talking about, yeah, let's go digital, let's go paperless, let's use the technology, etc. So it is there, although it was there before the pandemic, and it was in many forms. Even the simplest form would be when I set up an auto reply to my email, for example. I've gone digital by doing that. But the pandemic has accelerated that thinking and has embedded this into the strategies and the discussions of the C-level, the executives of the organization. So do we go digital? I think it's inevitable. I think processes has to go digital. Now, the problem is by selecting what and when and how to go digital. So I think we need to, my advice would be to think about it in the bigger picture perspective. So before you decide, let's go digital and automate all these, automate all these processes, let's go one step back and look at the bigger picture of the business, who we are, what are we trying to achieve, how and why, and by doing what, and as we listened to the interesting ecosystem model in the earlier and in the presentation of the FQM, what's our ecosystem and what's happening with our suppliers, with our vendors, with our customers, and with our competitors. And then, so what I'm saying is, yeah, going digital, automate the processes, but make sure it is really well embedded within the overall picture of the business. And then once we do, so it's not an IT program. That's what I'm saying. It's not an IT project. It's part of the business strategy, basically. And then once we decide that, and we see the bigger picture, then we should deal with it. My other advice is as a change program. So if you decide to go digital in any of your processes, then it is a change. And we should recognize that with every change, we should not forget, the people. Those could be the employees, those could be the customers, those could be the other stakeholders. So we should not forget the people, and we should get them engaged. And when we go digital, then we take their inputs, their interests into consideration, into the full project as well. So we have also my third advice would be is to make sure when we decide to go digital for any process, is we have a case. So we set the expectations correctly. Why do we need to go digital? Basically, what would be the expectations as an outcome from that exercise? What are we trying to achieve, so that we don't end up actually achieving a mess which is a worse case than the previous non-digital process or procedure or system, for example. So we need to set the expectations correctly, and when we do it, go to the basics. And I mean, make sure that the process is really defined, has been reviewed. We have a good process management in place, and we have looked at it, and we have eliminated all the waste, all the redundancies, the non-value added, as Dr. Zain has indicated earlier, so that we don't end up. So when we go digital, we don't end up in a multiple upgrades that we have to do time over time and over time because we missed the basics, basically. So that will be my nutshell, if you like, general advice on going digital. My last point, if you allow me to decide, would that make us more cost effective and more lean, especially okay, coming from QA background, auditing, etc. It will definitely, if you go digital, it will facilitate, for example, how you review the process, how you review the performance of a process, how you audit it. It might save time and cost even for getting the audits done, the results, the reports, and the improvements. So that's my general advice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bassem. So to Dr. Zain's point, optimize, then automate. And to your point as well, it's inevitable. We have to always challenge our processes to look for ways to automate them. And I think it's also like from two perspectives. Yeah, one thing is to team up with information technology teams and to look at what digital solutions. We're lucky in Abu Dhabi ports, we have our digital cluster, so we have a very strong arm in terms of information technology and digital solutions as well through Maqta Gateway, integrated with even external stakeholders as well. And at the same time, also looking at how we manage the documentation itself. So maybe we can also elaborate on that in the next round of questions. But let me take it. Thank you very much. Let me take it to Mr. Sunil. And as Philip Crosby once said, quality is free. So, however, some companies operate in the marketplace to, well, the focus of companies operating in the marketplace is, to increase profit. I mean, the language of business is dollars. In your view, Mr. Sunil, is quality really free? And also, how can organizations maximize, the value proposition to really be successful, to be competitively, positioned in the market, and to be sustainable as well? To you, Mr. Sunil.
Thank you, Doctor, and a pleasure and honor to be in the company of such learned people, and also had opportunity to work with Mr. Bassem for over 20 years. Excellent pleasure. Before, Doctor, should I come to you, I just want to add one point to what Mr. Bassem said. These are really true words of wisdom. Just two thoughts, if you allow me. You see, there's a Professor Thomas Davenport from Harvard Business School. Way back in 90s, he wrote a paper, should we automate first or should we do process re-engineering first? And that comes back to Dr. Zain. We need to eliminate the waste, non-value adding activities. Otherwise, errors, defects, delays will speed up and hit the market very quickly. My second thought was the customer experience. You see, ICT is a tremendous tool for enhancing customer experience, but it is the processes which are sitting behind that. So I would like to see process management on a much more wider canvas: roles, responsibility, workflows, governance, customer needs, expectations, and what all Dr. Zain and Mr. Bassem said. We look at it in a much more holistic, strategic way. If you just click When you are buying something at Amazon or Noon, the moment you say buy, behind there's a flurry of processes which get activated. Order gets placed, supplier who's outside Amazon gets to know Sunil wants to buy this, packaging company gets to know, delivery company gets to know, communication gets to know, accounts gets to know, credit card, finance, everybody gets to know. So it is the interfaces where processes are interacting, that's where value falls apart. That's where disruptions happen, dissatisfaction comes in. So the high level map, which Mr. Basim mentioned, is very, very critical. The helicopter view of the business as a process management framework is fundamental to that. Yeah. So coming back to Phil Crosby, sorry I took some time to build on it, a very exciting conversation. In fact, you remind me, I had the opportunity to meet Dr. Phil Crosby in Bahrain in the 90s during the 4th Gulf International Conference, and sadly he passed away later on, and then followed with Dr. Deming's death. So, you see, quality is free is also the title of his book and also kind of a slogan. But we also know quality is two sides of the same coin. One side is freedom from defects, errors, deficiencies. If we attack that, we bring the cost down. We improve productivity and performance. The other side of the coin of the quality is making features which customer wants. Let's say, camera in a mobile phone is a feature. Now, if you reduce the defects and errors, the cost of quality comes down, defects comes down, customer dissatisfaction comes down. But if we focus on the features and building new features, let's say web browsing or ATM machine to withdraw money, it impacts the product satisfaction, customer loyalty, and brings more customer. So return on investment, if you look at the freedom from defects, is payback is almost 6 times. And the other side, we make capital investment into building features, and it brings sales and revenue and market leadership. So looking at the totality, Phil Crosby came out with this quality is free. As a philosophical, he's right. But underlying thoughts are what I shared with you. And its quality still has the greatest ROI in any of the management initiatives, including IT. So quality is free. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for enlightening us on this topic. And on the same actually, I want to hand it also to Dr. Zain and ask, quality costing is typically divided into, the famous 4 components: the cost of internal and external defects, plus the cost of appraisals and audits, and plus the cost of prevention, which includes training and other activities. How can process management, in your opinion, Dr. Zain, lead to financial savings? How could it pay for itself? What do you think?
Well, thank you very much. This is, I will say, the $1 million question, because I love to answer such a question. This is one of the major reasons for doing the process management properly, and the optimization, and applying all the different techniques that have been developed over the years. Because at the end of the day, you have to improve the efficiency and the effectiveness of your processes. And I would like, if you don't mind, to refer back to a couple of years ago, I attended a conference here in Dubai. It was about intelligent systems. And, many people are still questioning, not in Dubai, definitely, they are questioning whether we should adopt AI systems or intelligent systems and so forth. And I like very much the argument that one of the speakers used. He said, if you don't apply artificial intelligence, and he was referring to a specific strategic area, then you will be needing 2 more weeks extra to respond to certain actions by your, let's say, not friends, okay? These 2 weeks will make you lose that competition, all right? So you don't have a choice. I don't want to spell specifically what was the example, but you don't have a choice. You have to choose to apply whatever technologies available. You have to use the latest technologies in a wise manner, okay? Hoping that you will be able to save, to make your processes more effective, less costly, and better quality. Okay. Now there is one more point that I would like to add. We have to really be careful. Definitely improving the processes, optimizing them will definitely result in savings and result in improving our competitiveness. However, there is one thing I like to bring to the discussion. We have to be a little bit cautious, and I'm sure Bassem is going to comment on this, and I would love to hear his comments. You have to be careful about creating unnecessary rigidity in the organization. Sometimes I think we tend to go a little bit more than necessary in automating our processes, and we forget that we are creating some rigidity, and that will put us in a situation where we are going to pay a high price later. So the flexibility, and maybe I can use the word that Bassem loves a lot, resilience. You have to make sure that while you are improving the processes, you have to really be careful about the rigidity and flexibility and resilience. I will stop here to give the chance for myself to listen to the good thoughts of my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zain. Short words and so many good ideas that I'm capturing here. And I'm going to give the chance also to Bassem and maybe Sunil if they would like also to elaborate at any point on any of the questions. Let me hand it to Bassem and ask the question regarding the levels of maturity when it comes to classifying, let's say, a process. Is this process mature enough? So there are maybe different approaches to that. So what is your take on that? So what framework do you recommend, for example, when classifying processes for a large organization?
Thank you, Dr. Suraj. Let me just elaborate or comment a little bit on the kind invitation from Dr. Zain. So yeah, I fully agree, Doctor, with your thoughts, absolutely. And I've seen this really in many examples where processes after automation have been made more complicated, have not delivered the right outcome and the desired outcome, and even not the expectation. And because as we said earlier, the basics were not taken into consideration, the holistic picture that my friend Sunil has mentioned has not been really well thought of and studied, and the inputs from the important stakeholders, the employees and the customers. It's and it's funny, it happens continuously that organizations do forget to take the inputs from those who will be implementing the process, the automated system, the new ERP, and the customers, those who will be at the receiving end of the outcome of the service or the product of that automated process. And then the last thing they will do, they will say, here you go, we have automated the process. And then when people started to use it, it doesn't work, it's rigid, it's not flexible, it's not resilient, and started to create more errors than before. And then we end up seeing ourselves in multiple, as I said, upgrades and trying to fix. And we call it teething problems, which is fine, but sometimes these teething problems just keep going. So I fully agree with Dr. Zain's thoughts. So going back to the maturity, Dr. Suraj, I think processes are there everywhere, as you rightly mentioned in the opening of the session of the discussions. They could be documented, they could be not documented, they could be really well managed but not documented, they could be documented but not managed, and they could be a mix of plus minus of both. I think generally the maturity of the processes in many, I would say, frameworks or systems, they tend to class it in from 1 to 5, and that's what I've seen in the references of many systems. And let's take, so 3 in the middle, and you have 4, 5, and 1 and 2. So if you look at 3, where normally you would expect all the processes to be in any business. So you look at level 3 of maturity, and that's where you have the process well defined. It is documented. So when I say defined and documented, so you know the inputs of the process, what are they, what information comes to the process, or what material comes in, what are the outputs, so what goes out from the process, again, information, material, or service, what are the resources needed for that process to make it happen, to work, and then what controls we have over this process to control it. So normally at level 3, the process is documented. You have documented procedures, you have work instructions, you have people trained, and they can repeat the work, and you can predict this is going to be under control more or less. Organizations get audited at that level, and they also get certified. And that's, I would say that's the average, that's the nominal position. If you go a step further and you start to measure, so you put KPIs, you start to measure quantitatively the performance, and you say, okay, what's the speed time? Can we improve it? What's the waste time? Can we reduce it? What are the complaints? Can we work on it? And so on. So you start to put KPIs and measures and report on it. Then you move to a maturity level 4. So it's not only documented, it's not only repeated, it's actually monitored, measured, and there's a performance indicators. And if you move a step further to level 5 maturity, then you start to challenge the process. How can we continually improve it? Is it resilient? Is it flexible? Does it work in the changes? Does it work during a pandemic? Does it work during crisis, etc.? So you go to a maturity level 5. And on the other side, so if you are at 3, if you go to level 2, then here you talk about a processes defined for a specific task, maybe, or for a project. So that particular team in this department are used to do tasks A, B, and C every day. It's not interconnected. There is no interfaces with other processes within the organization, but that process for that particular objective or purpose is defined, is working, and the team knows about it. And if you go to a level A, there is no really clear definition of a process. It's left to the employees or the staff who assigned to the task to deal with it. They use their experience, they use their reactions. They are there every day to make sure they perform their job and no disasters happen. So that's a maturity level 1. So I think that's what most maturity models use to class the process maturity.
Great, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on that. And it's funny sometimes, people think, okay, we need to be biased for action. And then they jump on automating a process, as you said, but really, as also Dr. Zain touched on, it is a very rigid process to start with. And unless, they step back and reflect on it and, try to optimize it and eliminate what's not necessary, then, I'm sure there's so much waste in that process, despite that it is digitized. So it doesn't mean, it's not taken for granted that if it's digitized, then it is a very mature process. It has to be really properly analyzed. Thank you for that. And I think we're going to shed the light also on the classification framework as well of documentation. So starting with like policies and whatnot. I think you touched on work instructions and whatnot, but we'll get back to that maybe if the time, inshallah, hopefully allows. Let me hand it to Mr. Sunil. Thank you, Bassam. Mr. Sunil, what we can measure, we can improve. Yet what we measure may cost also time and effort and money. And so what do organizations need to do to ensure process management remains optimal and cost effective when it comes to measurements? Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll just take 1 second. You know what Mr. Basim and Dr. Zen said, very appropriate. Just for the benefit of attendees, they may like to look at APQC, American Productivity Quality Centers, PCF, Process Classification Framework for different industries. That's a very beautiful framework and a standard one to look at. Thank you. Now coming back to the core question you asked, sorry, say that again.
About the measurements, the measurements, how to
beautiful.
stay cost effective.
Got it, yeah. It's a classic, question. I'll share with you, I was working on an engagement with one of the federal government entities. You'll be surprised, they had 546 measurement, 12 employees working round the clock. And then in the end, they say, Wazir will not even look at the report.
Of course.
Right?
He doesn't have time for it.
Yeah, so maybe the quality of report or his needs are different, dashboard are different. On top of that, organizations spend extensive amount of IT applications to collect data and measure. So you have on one side, this is absolutely valid what you said. Now, I also know, organizations are drowning in data and they are hungry for information. You see, the purpose of measurement needs to be very clear. We need deep insights which are actionable. If I don't get insight out of the measurement, and if it's not actionable, then it's of course a cost. Otherwise, it's an investment. Let me give you a real life example. Tampa General Hospital in United States in Florida adopted GE healthcare system to improve the patient experience and improve the performance. You see, a lot of data was getting collected for the patient. When the patient goes into the hospital, at the X-ray, at the laboratory, at the doctor, at the pharmacy, what kind of food and diet and physiotherapy is doing it. So this healthcare, they had a lot of data in different IT applications, and they were not able to make use of it. So GE developed a healthcare ID system, interconnected strategy to collect all the data of a patient and then make sense of it all. Now, to cut the story short, in the end, doctors and decision makers got a very precise insight about patient Mr. John of diabetes and what should be done. Not only that, to predict what health condition he may have in the next 6 months and give him preemptive advice. This brought down the bed utilization. It increased the bed utilization by 30%. Patients were getting discharged half a day earlier than earlier. Past data, utilization of operation theater went up by 30%. As a result, they need not build another extension of the hospital. The current capability and resources were utilized to treat extra patients, and this came extremely helpful during COVID times. So going back to your question, we need measurements, no doubt about it, but we need really what is meaningful and useful, not measure for the heck of measurement and preparing a report and nobody's looking at it. So in short, and this should be connected to sustainability, customer experience, business indicators, profitability. It makes sense, and it is definitely a needed investment. Thank you. Over to others.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil. I think it's well said, and I like the code that you mentioned, that we have so much in terms of data. However, are we measuring the right things? Are we really challenging our processes based on facts and based on the data and the story that you gave, and how much let's say money also can be saved if we really look at the right measurements, measuring the right things and whatnot. Thank you very much. Back to Dr. Zain as well. When prioritizing process improvement projects and initiatives at any organization, Dr. Zain, what processes command the highest priority for the organization? Can all P processes be, let's say, looked at and then with a target for automation? Or, what's your take on that in terms of prioritizing, what processes you want to look at first?
Thank you very much. Very interesting question. And if you allow me, I would like to say a couple of things before I answer the question. I think there is something extremely important in all what we are saying. The people part, whether it is automation or optimization or anything that, or re-engineering, just name it. We have to consider the people side of the story. And here I'm saying specifically that you have to improve the capabilities of the human resources within the organization before you do anything. Otherwise, I can guarantee you the complete failure of the project. Because if you are introducing a new technology or a new techniques or a new, let me say, designs, you need the people to be able to understand, to adopt, and to really work with passion to make these succeed, okay? They have to see their future part of what's going on, the change that is going on. This is number one. Number two, I would like to say another thing, and I hope you give me a little bit of patience for that.
Please.
Many people talk about change management. I really think we should stop using this term. Okay, many people will not like that, but I will tell you frankly, what we are living through is not change. We are living through challenges, and we need to think about challenges management rather than change management, because there is no such thing like taking challenges away. There is nothing like by doing some changes, we are going to make things easy and handy and dandy for everybody. Actually, what you are doing, you are facing some challenges, you are managing them, and you are moving to new challenges. And I think COVID-19 and the different things that took place during the last 2 years really opened new challenges for us that we never thought about before. Okay, so what I'm saying is, even for answering the question, for prioritizing, we have to keep this in mind. We are not eliminating challenges, we are substituting challenges. And we have to keep this in mind, and we have to address these challenges with people in mind. The other thing that I would like to say before going to your question is related to automation. I think now we have entered a new era, not from a theoretical point of view. I think it is very practical, and there are very practical applications that already have started to do that. The term that I would like to use is HAT, H-A-T, Human Autonomous Teaming. Human Autonomous Teaming. We have to adopt this new concept. We are not going only to automate processes. We have to consider what is the different modes, or what are the different modes of interaction between humans and autonomous systems, or intelligent systems, or automated systems. And how can we make these systems work better? That's another good reason why we should go back and improve the capability of our human resources. We have to invest in the human resources. If we don't do that, trust me, we will face bigger problems, and we will not be able to compete in the future. The last point that I would like to make is addressing your question about the prioritization. Okay, definitely the processes that I will consider the best candidates for automation and for improvement and so forth Number one, my core processes, the complex processes, the processes which has problems, and the processes that require improving the quality and the consistency. One of the major reasons when automation started was to improve the consistency. People who use robots in the manufacturing of auto, they did that not because they don't have enough people or because they want to save money. No, they wanted to improve quality. They wanted to improve the repeatability. That's why automation systems were introduced. Now, when we talk about intelligent systems and the interaction with the humans, we have to do this, otherwise we will not be able to compete. Everybody, this is what I like to keep in mind. Everybody is trying their best. So you have to also try your double best in order to stay ahead. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zain. Great insights, and really drew my attention to read more about the great ideas that you have also introduced. Thank you so much for that. And I think that also leads me to another question, also maybe to Mr. Bassem. I mean, you touched also on consistency. So in processes, we look at managing variability, reducing variation, and then looking at capability of the process to satisfy the customers. But in terms of variation, we look at automation for consistency, as Dr. Zain mentioned, also standardization and documentation. So what's your opinion on that, Mr. Bassem? Does it limit our ability to innovate in a way that we just adopt one standard and we follow it, or how do we make a good, let's say, practice when it comes to standardization versus innovation?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Suraj. Interesting question. Absolutely. Just a comment on what Dr. Zain was mentioning. Again, we touched on this, and even Sunil touched on it. People, and I think it is an important topic, definitely, for automation. And I think I fully agree. We need to look at our people as part of the project and look at their requirements and the customers, etc., and upgrade their skills. But also, the point I'd like to make is sometimes it does happen. Part of the automation process jobs gets cancelled. So, and we should not ignore that, actually. And on the other hand, other jobs gets created. But those two set of jobs sometimes do not match. They are different jobs. So the same process before automation needed this kind of skill and resource, and after automation probably would need not as much or less, or maybe a completely different kind of resource and skill. So we need to, so that's part of the people that we need to take on board as well. And I'm of the opinion always that you have to be clear with your people up in front and manage the expectations and take them on board with you. And if it means, hey, Bassem, I think your job is going to change, and listen, by the end of this project, you need to learn 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's part of the project. Or, well, where else can we utilize this skill within the organization? Or if it's inevitable and there's no other option, what I'm saying is we need to be clear. It's part of the process, and we shouldn't keep this until the end of the journey, and then all of a sudden people, because that's what makes people disconnect. So going back to your question, Dr. Suraj, yeah, I've been in the auditing and quality assurance business quite some time now. So, and I've seen examples where actually documented systems, documented processes and procedures work very well and deliver the results and encourage continuous improvement. And that's the intention. That's the aim of all the ISO standards, basically. At the heart of the standards is continual improvement and best utilization of available resources to mitigate the risks of the quality, environment, health, and safety. So that's at the core of all these standards. That's the spirit. But I've also seen examples where documentation of procedures, instructions, and processes limits the ability of the organization, the employees or the organization to continually improve. And the problem, I think the pitfall that some organizations or people or teams fall within is when they start to document and write the instructions or the procedures or the documented systems, is they start to follow the standards requirements rather than following the business requirements or the customers' requirements, internal and external. And that's a big mistake. And I started my life 20 plus years as an auditor. And whenever I reviewed a manual or a procedure, and I thought it's very easy for me to review because it matches the ISO standard numbering and requirements, I immediately concluded and thought, this is not good for the organization. It's meant for the auditor, actually. It's not meant for the business. And that's true. And believe me, whenever I reviewed a manual or a procedure or a process document that I found complicated for me as an auditor to understand and map it to the standard requirements, the actual case was, this was the best process for that particular business. It was documented to satisfy and deliver the needs of those who work for that business. So what I'm saying is all these frameworks, all these standards, they are great. They do work. They deliver benefits, provided we understand how we implement and document our systems correctly. So ISO standards, for example, all of them, they say what you need to do as a good practice. For example, let's take 9001, to address risks associated with quality. What makes a good organization in terms of quality? But the standard doesn't say how. And the standard leaves the how to the organization and those experts who work in the organization to decide. Okay, this is how we are going to review the requirements of the customer. This is how, and that's not ISO standards. That's my business. That's my organization. Yes, I have a framework, but I document and develop the system so that it will make the best use of my resources. It is flexible, it is resilient, it will continually improve. I am not in the business to implement ISO standards. That's what I'm saying. We are in the business to achieve our targets. So I think that's the balance, yeah?
Well said, Mr. Bassem. Thank you very much. It's just a little cautious about the time. I want to give the chance also to Mr. Sunil to say a few words also about the last question, probably with closing to the end, but very enlightening. Thank you very much. And I think it's a question that we need to ask ourselves when we document. Standards are there for a reason. They need to add value. To your point, thank you so much. And my last but not the least question is to Mr. Sunil. I think maybe if you want to elaborate on around the same standards, versus value and the limitation on let's say innovation, maybe in a part. But I want to also ask you about agility. What does agile organization mean, for example? Current standards and management systems aim to restrict processes around the same theme: standardization, restriction, rigidity. So agile organizations need to remain flexible in their ability to adapt, to change quickly and smoothly, and maybe, as Dr. Zain mentioned, to adapt to challenges. How can we strike the balance, Mr. Sunil?
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Save the best for the last. Okay. You see, it's a very classic debate with no real easy answer. You see, quality management essentially tries to bring in precision, accuracy, predictability, consistency, all that, right? We put all the quality control, quality assurance, and standards in place. And also change the culture. You see, world is looking for certainty. Employees are looking for predictability, right? Now this COVID situation, and if you go forward, you see this I've mentioned about Thriving on Chaos book by Tom Peters in 80s. Then last year, Dr. Margaret Heffernan published a book, Uncharted World. You see, we will be living more and more in unpredictable, unknown times. Now, given the situation, what does an organization do vis-a-vis quality, predictability, and build agility at the same time? Now, agility is not only about processes, it's all about mindsets. I'll give you a very live example. I did a major ER risk management study for a free zone authority here in UAE. They wanted to buy thermal scanners for the COVID, at the entrance of the gate. The mindset was RFP, tender, committee to open, then competitive analysis, and then award the contract. It's a 1 month, 2 month job. Whereas the business wanted it tomorrow, if not yesterday. So agility is, building mindsets. That means empowering people to take decisions, build trust, no need for committees, build speed. You see, on one side, we want assurance, put controls, quality controls and committees. Too many signatures means too much honesty. That's not on. So organizations need to balance between the two. What is critical, where we need controls, yes. On the other side, we need, flexibility and speed. Means it's okay to live in ambiguity. You see, there's ambiguity. Employees are looking for, give me the annual business plan, my KPIs, my bonus, and give me the resources. That time is on. Employees need to be adaptable to work to the situation and adapt and move around quickly. So agility is about leadership, nurturing a culture of living in ambiguity. Is okay to disagree with the boss. Is okay not to have rigid controls in place where not really needed. So organizations have a huge challenge to build agility while maintaining control. These are my thoughts around that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Sunil. Thank you so much, Dr. Zain, Bassem Ubaid, and Sunil Thawani for really, really a pleasant session. I did not feel the time, honestly. Back to Our Lady Sheikha. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Siraj.
Thank you for that fantastic discussion and for all the food for thought that our panelists have given us today, and to the moderators for, of course, adding their insights. In our last module C of the day, we would like to welcome back, of course, Dr. Siraj Salah for our final session of the day. He will be speaking about Lean Six Sigma. Over to you, Dr. Siraj.
Thank you very much, Sheikha. I'm just gonna share the slides in a second. And share. All right. Welcome everyone. I know it's now towards the end of the day, and I hope you're still passionate as I am to talk about this another exciting topic on Lean Six Sigma. I mean, it is not the latest in terms of methodologies and transformational models for achieving excellence and sustainability, but it's definitely one of the best methodologies out there. So allow me to give an introduction and maybe touch on some aspects of some examples as well of what we are doing today at Abu Dhabi ports as well. So we'll talk a little bit of an introduction about Lean Six Sigma, and then the integration of Lean Six Sigma and some case studies. So starting with Lean, I think I love the example of going to the cashier with a bunch of bananas and then getting them weighed, and then all of a sudden somebody would say, hey, I'm not going to pay for the peel of the banana because I'm not gonna eat it. Why would you weigh it and make me pay per pound or kilogram when it's gonna end up as a waste? And I think this is a very good example because we are creatures of habit and we get to do things the way we do them usually. And so we have waste in the systems everywhere. I mean, it's not going to be perfect. There's always going to be some challenge. But I think the first challenge when it comes to lean is to be able to see and identify waste in the process. Then the next step would be to eliminate it. So lean can simply be defined as a strategy. It's a kind of thinking philosophy, if you may, to eliminate waste. You want to identify waste and eliminate it. Now, we can also talk about variation and work imbalance being other also aspects, similar to the way Six Sigma also focuses on processes. So in Japanese, there is Muda, Mura, and Muri. So there is waste, variation and imbalance, and there is also strain as the third word in lean. So similar also to the example of rocks, impeding the river stream flow, carrying the value to your clients and your customers. And these rocks represent the different types of waste that are in the system. Okay, maybe we don't think too much about them, but they are there and they prevent that value from reaching the customer. They delay the value, or maybe they are in a way defects that stop the stream to flow. And so anything that the customer is not willing to pay for is a waste. And the beauty, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to lean is that it gives us the ability to see things from 3 different perspectives. So first, we step out of the process and look at it from the customer perspective. What do they see? Their clock is ticking. They send the request, to ship some goods through our port, or they maybe are waiting for some goods to arrive, and their clock is ticking. So, what is their experience? And unless we can empathize with them, only then we can innovate and we can, come up with breakthrough solutions. Second insight would be to attach ourselves to the goods, or in a transactional process, to attach ourselves to those documents and to see how the flow of the goods and information is going through the process. Where does it stop? Is there a bottleneck, for example? Where is there is a defect of missing information, wrong information, for example? And third insight is to step out of the process and see from end to end. Reflect on what happens internally, and is the customer really interested in it, and how does it affect other functions within the organization. And as you may have also read about the types of waste, I like to think of them as 10 types, and some classify them as less than that. But overproduction, producing more than what the customer needs, which leads to the other types of waste like inventory and bottlenecks, where things get accumulated, tying up our cash, which is dear and needed to finance our growth, for example. Leads also to the waste of waiting. People wait, machines wait, customers wait, and transportation, having to transport goods from one place to the other. In TZ, we look at synergies where we bring also clusters of certain industries to be located next to each other, so we can minimize on the waste of transportation, for example. Over processing, doing more than what's really required, having multiple approvals that the customer is not really thinking about, but it's our own process, and if the challenge is really ours to simplify. Questions and defects, as I mentioned as well. Questions, rework, everything stops. You need to get that information. Poor people utilization, to the point that was raised also by some speakers earlier, the importance of the soft aspects, and as Dr. Zain also, I think, touched on it, in terms of focusing on the people, delegating, empowering them, but then holding them accountable through measurements and through KPIs. Other resources also in terms of energy and machines. Inferior processes, not using the proper best practice, which means you're wasting some effort and time. And finally, motion at the level of people themselves moving around, and are the layouts of the processes organized to enable the flow to happen. So value is anything that the customer would be willing to pay for, whereas waste is anything that he's not willing to pay for, anything above the absolute minimum amount of resources that are required and essential to create a product or to create some value to the customer. And so to reflect on the 5 principles of lean, first we need to understand what is value in our processes, then map the flow of that value to better understand how the flow is occurring. One thing recommended would be to use, for example, some software is available, even if you don't, you can use basic Excel sheets to look at how the process flow happens from the moment the customer makes the order to the moment the order is delivered. And then you notice in the value stream map that there is a timeline on the bottom showing processing or cycle time at each step, and then the waiting time between the steps, forming an overall lead time that need to be tackled and minimized. Plus the beauty of those red clouds that indicate some opportunities for improvement for Kaizen events and other types of improvement that could be in automation and whatnot. Third principle would be to look at ensuring that now the value is actually flowing. So we understand value, we map the flow of the value, and then ensuring it is flowing. And this is the principle of one-piece flow, famously known. So if we have 3 stations, each station takes 1 minute to produce one part, and then move it to the next station. However, because these stations are far away from each other, then each operator will batch and will wait until they have 10, and then they will send that to the next station. So how long would it take to receive a batch of 10 units at the end of the 3rd station? Well, in this case, the first station will take 10 minutes to produce 10 parts, 1 minute each, 10 minutes at the second, and 10 minutes at the third. So the total would be 30 minutes, okay? Whereas if you make one and pass it as per the 3rd principle of lean, it will take you literally, well, actually for 1 piece, it will take you only 3 minutes. For 10 pieces, it will take you 10 minutes. Now, if you count that, okay, well, to start, there is some idle time. So maybe after 12 minutes, you get, 10 units. So the importance here is to reflect on the fact that you need 30 minutes to receive 1 or 10 parts. You still need 30 minutes. That could be weeks in our industry. For example, when talking about containers. And then here, it would take you only 3 minutes. So 30 minutes to 3 minutes, 90% reduction. And to enable that to happen, you need to think how to, enable the flow to happen. Maybe you change the layout. Maybe you innovate some ideas to, I don't know, ship 1 container directly or something. Or like we are doing in Abu Dhabi ports with the 3D printing, we print the products, no need to even, have it maybe shipped. And these are challenges that face even our industry. And we need to start thinking about them, and prepare ourselves for the future as well. So to improve processes in general, we need to eliminate unnecessary steps, eliminate useless reports and meetings and approvals, reduce handoffs between teams, because that's a potential for error and mistakes where maybe there is no service level agreement, for example. Number 6 here, identify and remove sources of rework and duplication, improve workplace organization, the layout, provide the right tools also, like the supermarket, for example, tool, 5S, etc. Closely define the customer supplier requests. So service level agreements need to be there, proper handover of between the work between stations and functions, and standardize the communication as well. Number 4 in principles of lean would be to establish a pull system instead of pushing. So if the customer is ready for it, then you send it to the customer. Otherwise, it will be poor communication, high inventory, a reactive approach, just schedule and push without regard to the customer demand, which is really the maestro. It's really what dictates your takt time and how you should operate to cater only for your customer demand. Just in time, which is the other name for lean, started with the Toyota production system. So one of the examples would be the vending machine, where only you replenish what got consumed. So in a sense, there is that pull mechanism which minimizes waiting and inventory waste. Number 5 would be to seek perfection. So train your employees, enable them to be experts in their processes. They can find the solutions, and then you track the results and recognize the success. Now, this is just a brief introduction. Let me also do another quick brief also for Six Sigma. So Six Sigma started with Motorola, highly disciplined, very structured approach based on DMAIC. We'll get to that in a second. The Sigma itself is the standard deviation, so it's an indication for the dispersion of your data around your mean. And the term Six Sigma, why 6, for example, it is based on the normal distribution, which is very common in nature. So many KPIs that you're measuring can be actually depicted using a normal distribution to see how it behaves compared to the customer requirements, which are the upper and lower spec limits, for example. And so in a Six Sigma process, the distance between the average point here and the upper and lower spec limit would happen to be equal to 12 times one standard deviation when you calculate it. And if that happens, it means whatever is left outside the limits, which is the defective part, would be only 2 parts in a billion opportunity. So it's an almost perfect process. It's not always maybe feasible. However, wherever your KPI is today, maybe it's at 1 Sigma level or 2 Sigma level, you want to take it to the next level. And I think that's the beauty of Six Sigma. It looked at various graphical and statistical tools and then utilized them through this structured approach of DMAIC to deliver a defect-free process or close to that. And the goal is to achieve less variation, so more stability and predictability, and then eventually also a highly capable process to satisfy your customers. To touch on the cost support quality, and I think this is one of the main contributions of Six Sigma that really was not, emphasized maybe enough, let's say, in other methodologies. And so you start with your baseline performance based on your historical data, and you try to target something based on, the best in class or where you need to be. And that would take you a step towards an ideal case, which maybe is almost impossible to achieve, but you want to make sure that you are envisioning it and thinking about it so you can, come closer and closer to it. So I think cost support quality, internal defects, external defects, appraisal, and prevention costs. But then what we try to achieve through process improvement and Six Sigma projects is to eat up a chunk of that in terms of what we call hard and soft savings, which is simply the removal of spending or the generation of new revenue as a result of new changes in the process, adding some services, for example. And then soft savings based on time. So wherever you save, 15 minutes here and 20 minutes there because you eliminate unnecessary steps, you can add up that and it becomes a freed up capacity for your employees to create more value. So integration of the two is where many people now are heading, and many organizations like Abu Dhabi Ports implement the Lean Six Sigma program. And basically you can take the Lean toolkit and take the Six Sigma toolkit and then, have them together within the structured framework of DMAIC, define, measure, analyze, improve, control, and then use the suitable tool for the problem that you're facing, whether it's a simple Lean tool like 5S, visual management, quick changeover, or SMED, or total preventive maintenance, etc., and the Six Sigma graphical and statistical tools that you can also use within that structured framework. And from Lean, we can actually borrow value stream mapping. I'm going to touch on that on a second. And the goal is to optimize efficiency and effectiveness. Efficiency mainly is about maximizing output versus the same or even less input if we can. And then for effectiveness, it's about comparing that output to what is it that the customer really requires. And the closer we are, the more satisfied our customers are, and then we become more sustainable. So both are very important to achieve. Excuse me. So as I said, value stream mapping within measure phase and improve phase become very essential. So in the measure phase, we focus on mapping the current state, which is borrowed from the Lean toolkit within the framework of Lean Six Sigma. And then in the improve phase, we develop the future state map. And that's very critical. And I think I'm going to show in one case study how that can be really helpful to anybody that wants to start their journey, let's say, with process improvement in general. So define the project, quantify current performance, look at your current map, prioritize the issues, verify the causes with data, develop the future state, create and execute the plan to migrate from current to the future state, install controls and provide evidence always with data that the improvement is sustained. And the Lean Six Sigma Green Belt and Black Belt would lead the team through the different phases. Now, leaders and all employees can participate in the recognition of ideas. And then the Master Black Belt, for example, would be the expert that coaches the team on the execution and putting together the infrastructure and the program. But I want to highlight also an important intervention by finance accounting teams in the define phase and maybe towards the end of the project to look at how we calculate our estimated savings and also look at, validating those savings towards the end of the project. So fundamentals for success would be based on management commitment. It cannot happen without top management commitment, using a structured approach like Lean Six Sigma with DMAIC approach, strong foundation and quality culture with the right attitude of people, etc. Then skilled team to set up the program with the Master Black Belt and the Black Belts who are trained and ready to roll with such a program. And then finally, the proper selection of projects and leaders as well, which is very important. And I hope I'm doing fine with time, but I should be okay, I think. Case studies, I think I'm going to share with you some very briefly, but I want to focus on this one first. This is a case from Mina Zayed concerning general handling of general cargo handling. And you see in the picture, one of the tally clerks using a handheld tablet, which actually is prepared with the help of our team, of course, in the operation, plus the information technology team as part of the digital cluster, with also the help of Maqta as well as a platform integrated with other stakeholders, even externally and even with customers as well. But this tally clerk used to carry different hard papers with him. I don't want to say how many, but he would fill those with every movement, because that's the basis for charging your tariffs and your service to your clients basically. And so for every vessel, for every shift, there need to be that report prepared. And then when the team looked at the value stream map that you can see on the middle, on the bottom here, very detailed, step by step, looking at all kinds of opportunities, they came up with this idea, for example. And the beauty of it is, it is also, there is electronic data interchange, so it gets uploaded automatically then to the system. No need for somebody else as a supervisor to come up the next morning, let's say, and find a pile of papers sitting on their desk, waiting to be keyed again into the system. So this is one simple example from this project, which resulted in millions of dirhams of savings, over the months. Automating 75% of the process and reducing the time tremendously by 96%. If you look at various changes done within this project. To highlight three key interventions that resulted. And the beauty of this project, it took the team who are used to do this, routinely they do this, but then with Six Sigma approach, they put things together, they start defining the problem, looking at using the tool of data stream mapping, very effective platform, and then looking at three areas of, let's say, categorizing the opportunities. So one of them would be looking at the physical workplace itself, looking at the layout, looking at the locations for machines, rest areas, even the stevedoring crew, for example, and then eliminating that commute, of the people, having them set up next, to where the action, where the gamba, where the value is being added, and not wasting time, and that ensures also effective communication, as you see. In addition to that, looking also at opportunities related to management of the operation itself in terms of elimination of unnecessary meetings, looking at setting up clear service level agreements, for example, elimination of unnecessary reports, unnecessary repetition, clarify responsibilities so everybody is aware exactly, what is the definition of a quality, let's say, service, and then the handover of information between the different functions as well. And the third one is looking at, solutions when it comes to the system itself. I already mentioned about, using the platform itself to submit, the information, using the handheld as well, automation of reports, auto notification instead of, interruptions of emails and then having to respond to those, but having auto notifications sent to the right people so that they are aware of the progress of the transaction of the goods. Is it ready? Is it still in progress, etc. Elimination of waiting time, using a single window where customers can log in and have it integrated between different stakeholders, as mentioned also. Elimination of redundant data that is submitted twice or keyed in in more than one field, for example. Also looking at dashboards with data, centralized resource management. I can mention also the robotic process automation. So looking at repetitive tasks and how to have an algorithm that will run exactly as an employee does, and then which would save a lot of time as well. And then the role of the employee would be to check if everything is fine at the end, and then process it faster and more accurate even. So even looking at deliveries and booking, for deliveries, for example, appointment system, and one other project related to this would be looking at also the delivery requests based on invoicing. So all of that is now part of the automation that Abu Dhabi Ports is also recently introduced actually in its operation. Another quick example is looking at efficiency improvement. And I want to share with you this because to me, this is a very good example where you look at, at the use of simple control chart. You see the behavior of the process before the improvement, then stage 2 during the improvement, and then after the improvement. So it shows now that there is, let's say, an average of 75% efficiency. Now, in that case, it was a good level because efficiency there is a multiplication of different factors. So you have to achieve like 95%, 95%, 95%, and then you get to a good value, for example. If you talk about overall throughput, for example, or overall equipment effectiveness, I'm not going to get to that. But the beauty of this, it can show you clearly if there is a significant change in the process. Now, I can take the sample after the improvement and before the improvement and run a comparison. I can look at box plots, but better than box plots to compare, let's say, the medians here and see before and after as a point estimate would be, since data is not normal, I can use one of the tests in Six Sigma called Mann-Whitney test, for example. So it's based on hypothesis testing for equal medians versus not equal. I wish to prove they are not equal because the improvements I introduced should result in a shift in the process. And then I look at the p-value based on statistical softwares, for example, and then I can find if the change is significant or not. This is the power of data. It's not just about looking at one value and say, hey, I improved, I enhanced it from 65 to 75, but rather you look at the distribution itself with the proper statistical tools, and then you can be absolutely sure that you have a significant change. Here's just to finish a couple of quick examples, will not take much. Looking at automation of CapEx process, okay, in Abu Dhabi ports as well. Manual process now done, receiving, invoices by email from our contractors, then a robot will calculate and do the matching and everything. And then finally the fixed asset team will review and process the payment. Then end users, our operation would validate, and then finally also for CBD to approve it, and then complete reduction, excuse me, of almost 90% actually in terms of paper, as you see here. And last is another project. So we've seen from operation, from finance, and this is from HR, you can say. It's on onboarding. So we have new employees coming in and then looking at where their time is spent and why they might sit idle, let's say, for a few days, and then having them ready and having everything started even before they join the organization, so we can reduce that waiting time as well. Just to give you a quick glimpse for some of the implementation. And with that, I conclude. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm open to some questions if the time allows, Sheikh.
Thank you, Dr. Suraj. I do have a few questions for you. The first question I have, Six Sigma and Lean Six Sigma was born in the manufacturing industry. Can it be equally applicable to the services industry? Please give us some examples from your experience.
Sure. I think even manufacturing, processes start with an element of some transactional process that happens. So in a factory, you would have a customer maybe coming in and then, having the design of whatever product they want to have. So there is some paperwork, negotiation of price, approval, and then it is handed over as a production file to people in the factory to execute. So it's true, Lean Six Sigma started in manufacturing, Motorola, GE, Toyota, for example, but there are so many cases out there that I can refer you to that really show how we can use the same tools for transactional type processes or service type processes. At the end, there is a process, there is a sequence of steps, and it can be measured. If people can measure how spicy pepper is, they can measure, and there is a unit for it. It's called Scovilles, by the way. It's a quantified unit for how spicy pepper is. So if you can measure that, you can measure for any process, whether it's in service or else. And value stream mapping is a great tool to start your journey with.
Thank you. We have another question. Many people have attended training workshops on Six Sigma. However, they find it difficult to apply the principle in their work environment. How could organizations start their journey with Lean Six Sigma?
So I think in one slide, I put together a number of important elements that need to be there, starting with, management commitment, having the infrastructure, the right people, to take the program forward, set it up, right selection, right culture, which can, it's a journey and it can take time to build, that attitude, let's say, to process improvement and recognizing the difference between just, doing some improvement or versus following a standard approach. And I think, again, starting with the DMAIC framework, looking at defining the problem, measuring, analyzing, improving and controlling, and using value stream mapping, I think can really help people to represent their process, come together, have a look at it and really challenge it, like the example I gave, where you can look at automation opportunities, you can look at layout, you can look at planning and management aspects of the process, and then you can take it forward to automate and optimize as well.
I do have one more question here. One of the Lean Six Sigma tools is 5S. What is 5S and how can it be implemented as part of a Kaizen event at any company?
Okay, well, I mean, just briefly, 5S is a very basic tool, and I think many companies start their journey with workplace organizations, so they can look at what they have, sort everything, set it in order, get rid of what they don't need, and then whatever they need for the work, they would set it in order using color coding and other tools and visual management, and then shine and standardize and sustain. And 5S is like a thermometer, really, when it comes to how the attitude looks like in any department. If people are committed, you will find that their place will be very organized, inviting, and you'll feel the positive energy, because things are not just left, you know, here and there, and there isn't much of a waste, let's say, in that system. So a great tool, yet very simple, so much mobilizing and engaging to teams actually to start with it. It's so much fun also to do. So thank you for the question, by the way.
Any other questions? I don't see any other questions coming up. Let's give them a few seconds. Okay, so I guess we can maybe wrap it up for today. What an incredible day it has been, hearing about innovation and new approaches to leadership, excellence, process improvement, quality assurance within these different contexts encourages all to strive for continuous improvement and to excel what we do wherever we work. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of Abu Dhabi Port to thank all our speakers and contributors for sharing your time and wisdom with us here today. And thank you to our audience for joining us. We hope you found today informative. Please do be sure to follow us on social media, and we hope that you'll join us here in future events. Thank you very much.
Thank you.